make sure first. Oh, okay, so hopefully everybody got the recording notice there. I do want to introduce Darlene, and I was thinking of how to do this and realizing that if I did the introduction that would do Darlene justice, we would be here till 9:30 or 9:40. So I'll skip that part and just say that Darlene, you can see her bio in the agenda, but she's been involved in conservation projects in Ohio and elsewhere for over 30 years. And I've known her for a good chunk of that time. And trust me, she is a bundle of energy. She has done an incredible number of bluebird trails for those of you interested in that, but there are lots of other projects she has done. Again, I'm not going to try to go through them all. She's a past president of Columbus Audubon, a whole bunch of other things, current president of the Ohio Bluebird Society. But mainly, I think it's time to just skip all that and let Darlene take it away, and I'm sure you're going to be happy with it.
Okay, thank you very much. First for the introduction, and second for having me come to speak to COAC. I'm really excited because what I have been doing, I think some people could learn from and hopefully get more projects going for conservation across the state. So I'm not going to read from the slides. I'm just going to hit some highlights, and you can read if you'd like, or snap a picture if you want to read it later, but we're going to have the recording. So, first, why do we want to help birds? Why do people want to do that? So there's a lot of things we have to understand first. And to me, one of the key things is understanding habitat. The habitat that the bird prefers, the habitat that we're working with. It might be a park setting or a school setting or the Columbus Zoo or the wilds. So you need to understand the habitat. That's something really big. And then another big project that can be going on right now are pollinators. Excuse my voice here, my morning voice. And then I also want to give a big shout out to Cornell. And I am an ambassador with Cornell in Ohio, and I try to promote their projects. And I do help to answer a lot of questions through Feeder Watch and Nest Watch. And this is citizen science. This is what we are and what we do. Involving youth, I'm really happy that we could get Zach on to speak today. And I feel that at every conference that we have, that we're Audubon or whoever we are, that we should be involving youth. And then we're going to talk a little bit about funding and grants. But again, in 30 minutes, I can only give you so much information. So the poster bird for conservation work that is being done on the grassroots level is the eastern bluebird. And he just kind of kicks things off for many of us. And I'm an advisor for the central chapter of Ohio Young Birders Club. And these students here had more fun building nest boxes. And to go out and do projects was something that they, other than birding, preferred to do. And they'd always ask at the beginning of the year, or as we had our planning sessions, what are we going to do? And I turned around and asked them, what do you want to do?
Darlene,
where do you want to do something? Here's some ideas.
Darlene,
and
sorry.
then they would run with it.
Sorry, we're not seeing your slides.
I'm sorry?
We're not seeing your slides. Is your screen sharing?
So Isabella, we had it up and I'm on the same monitor.
Right, so you should press the escape button if you're still seeing your slides. Press the escape button and then reshare again because we stopped the share.
Oh, did you stop that? I didn't know that.
Yes. But it was definitely refreshing to hear you speak, Darlene. There was no distraction of
Yeah,
slides.
with my,
So, but now they will be a great complement to your presentation. So go ahead and share your slide and perhaps start from the place where you're at right now.
okay. Let me get back over to this and share screen. I didn't know you'd stop sharing. What else do I need to do here?
So did you click the share screen button at the very bottom of the Zoom screen
Mm-hmm.
in green? Okay. Did you select the PowerPoint screen? A white screen will pop up. And if you have other windows open, there will be other options, but your PowerPoint should pop up. There it looks like some, okay, so we're seeing your desktop right now.
My desktop.
So click on the COAC October presentation. I think it's on the far right.
So click on what?
So click on your PowerPoint where you have it saved. I think it may be the COAC October
Yes.
file on the far left in the black space.
Well, I've got it open. I have the notes view.
Well, we are still not seeing your slide.
Okay. This is why we got up early and had it on. I didn't know you'd stop sharing. Sorry.
Maybe click again on the file where you have it saved so it pops up. And then we'll, yeah, exactly. So it looks like it's coming up on the very bottom where the
Right.
icon. Mhm. So let's open up that. It didn't quite open. There we go. And so now we'll change the display settings at the very top, like we did before. It says display settings at the top. And switch to, so it's at the very top of your screen, actually at the top. It's display settings. Mhm. So click on that and the option.
There we go.
Presenter option. Great.
Okay.
Good.
So can you see now projects and more projects?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay. Get my bearings back again. So a lot of what the young birders did, and I want to focus on them because it's pretty amazing a lot of what they did. But they put up bluebird trails in metro parks and Dawes Arboretum and Ottawa. And they really enjoy doing that. And they put up tree swallow grids also. And if somebody's interested in finding out more about tree swallow grids, I can send you information. We worked in woodland habitat for screech owls and also for northern flickers. And the purple martin housing, kestrels, chimney swift towers, wood duck boxes, barred owl boxes, screech owl boxes, and what we really enjoyed were southern flying squirrel boxes. Because we started out as bluebird and flicker boxes and they moved in and took them over, which was quite exciting. Osprey platforms, they've put up a couple of those. And something really important is to involve the area universities and to get professors interested in what you're doing and how close you are to their university. And then you have students and professors coming out to do research. Location. As you know, we mentioned earlier, location is really important in having the right habitat that you're working with. And these are some of the places that we've done some major projects. So again, I didn't want to read over them. I do want to read the last one because this is ongoing right now. Thanks to Linda Chen. So a shout out to you, Linda. I did a program for them in May, had a lot of fun doing it, had a lot of questions afterwards. And I've met twice now with the Muskingum area Army Corps of Engineers. And what they're doing, they decided that they would save money if they would mow less and put out housing for birds and have volunteers come in and monitor, and that they would save a lot of money by doing that. Plus, they'd be helping the habitat. So, shout out to them for, you know, the work and the creative ideas that they have. And these, all these students have all graduated from college or have just entered college. So we were the first volunteer group to come out and do things at Ottawa National Wildlife Refuge. We were pretty excited to, you know, go from, say, a metro park to a national park. And we were received really well. We've done, I'd say, 5 or 6 different projects at Ottawa. And I have very successful monitors. And that's something that is part of my project layout, is that I will not start a project until I have a volunteer in place that will come in and, you know, do the data gathering and put it on Cornell Nest Watch and be committed to that. And every now and then, you know, something falls through, but 90% of the time, I just have amazing committed citizen science folks, and I'm very grateful for that. I also want to just mention, you know, and this young man was amazing. So I actually work with his father. His father at Cardinal Health is the diversity and inclusion vice president. And he came to me and said, you know, do you have a project that my son can do? He's the National Honor Society student and, you know, would like something to do working with wood. I said, no problem. So he built in his basement, and he loved doing it, 140 nest boxes. They all went up at Glacier Ridge and one other park. And this young man, we got him published with Cornell Nest Watch, and he was on their Facebook site. And these are the things you need to do with your volunteers. You need to showcase them. You need to make them feel good about what they're doing, the project they're doing, that it is important. And he was just a gem. He is actually at an Ohio Bluebird Society conference. We had like 220 people there. And he was building nest boxes on our breaks and lunchtime and signing them, and people were buying them. So very cool things to do with your volunteers. And this is, you know, when he's making the delivery to Glacier Ridge. And he was quite excited to meet the ranger, you know, because he was in uniform. He was highly impressed. And I like to, again, speaking of diversity, I like to work with people that maybe are in wheelchairs or, you know, have different disabilities. And this young man's mother is my, you know, really good friend. She's over here in the, yes, Columbus Audubon t-shirt. And we're at a public library and we're doing nest building in a conference room. So Gregory has built over 300 boxes. And he says that he's helping dinosaurs. So it's pretty special to have somebody like him helping. And I do try, you know, with his mother's permission, promote what he's doing. And we've actually used a group that he's with an alpha group, and they put up a nest box trail in a cemetery in Delaware. You know, sometimes you get some just wonderful volunteers. Ohio Certified Volunteer Naturalist. I had this group, and they completely redid the bluebird trails at High Banks Metro Park and at Glacier Ridge. And they've also helped me work on projects at the Wilds. So, you know, you just have to think outside the box when you're, you know, working with volunteers. I apologize again for my voice. So Boy Scouts have been, on the most part, fantastic help, and they get all excited. I'm right now working with my 33rd Eagle Scout, and this is up at South Bass Island, and we are putting up a bluebird trail. This one was funded by the Columbus Zoo, and there was a second one that went up that was funded by a National Audubon chapter grant. Safari Golf Course, which is owned by the Columbus Zoo. I've had fantastic work with the zoo. The very first grant that I got was for $5,000. A friend of mine, a teacher, said, write it for twice what you want and you'll get half of it. And I did that and I got the whole thing. So that was quite a surprise. So these 3 Purple Martin rigs, one was from the Columbus Zoo, another one was funded by Ohio Ornithological Society Conservation Grant, and another one was funded by the zoo and the golf course. And the maintenance crew take the gourds down, clean them out, store them, and put them back up in the spring. So in one of my slides, I mentioned that you need buy-in, and this is the part of buy-in. And then this year in our Ohio Bluebird Society newsletter, I got them each to send a picture, a group picture here, and to say why. You know, why do you want to help? Why do you want to do this? This is adding on to your work. And it was really neat, the responses that I got. And we put together a little article in the newsletter and then sent it back to them afterwards. So they were quite happy. And again, Ottawa. Ottawa, one was from Ohio Ornithological Society, and the other grant was a National Audubon chapter grant. So I've received over the years 4 National Audubon chapter grants. I can't, you know, say enough. I mean, I don't get them every time I apply, but 4 times I feel is a pretty good track record. And I probably have at least 3 or 4 grants from Ohio Ornithological Society. And by the way, I'm not a formal grant writer. I just write from the heart and try and organize it how I think it should be organized and follow what they want. And it's been a huge help. And I have wonderful volunteers here who collect all the data on 4 24 gourd rigs and enter it in Cornell Nest Watch. And that's Mike and Dawn Zook. And their son Trevor now is a graduate of Ohio Young Birders, and he works. His job is at Ottawa, and he lives on site. So he couldn't be happier. And if you look beside this man here, this is the old style Purple Martin house that they had at Ottawa, and they were being taken over by starlings and house sparrows. And this is what I do. I see things that are broken or not working right, and I want to go in and fix it. So I finally got them to take this down. But I just want to say, this is where I saw my life, Purple Martin, and it really touched me. And I am in the process of working on funding and getting up a 19th Purple Martin rig, all highly successful. Okay, this is a question. And Bill, can you say what bird this is? Looks like a little pterodactyl. Can you see this bar on here? Can I get rid of it?
Yeah, this is not coming to mind, although I'm thinking one of the woodpeckers.
I put you on the spot, Bill.
No, can't do it.
Anybody else? Nancy?
Flicker.
Yes, ma'am. A northern flicker. Very good. So at Sawmill Wetlands, it's an 18-acre wetland. We put up nest boxes and we put up 2 flicker boxes. And finally, the second year, we had flickers move in. And I mean, they're the most unusual things. So Stephen, a young birder, was doing a graph on the day-to-day growth. And then I'm sorry to say that he didn't get to finish the project because a person came in and said they were going to buy the wetland and they changed the locks and he didn't get to finish his project. So I was really bummed about that. It was going to go to Division of Wildlife and they were going to help him finish it. So boo to developers, and just a couple more Flickr pictures. So kestrels have been an interesting species that I have wanted to help people help. So this is Tom Shealy, and he owns Wild Birds Unlimited in Columbus. Look at what he has a old wooden ladder against a round pole. Look over here. Here's another ladder on a round pole. Is that safe? No, it's not safe at all for the person climbing up there. Now, this is Dick Tuttle's arm, and he has a fantastic program in Delaware, and he has been super with helping me. So this is another thing where here we have a broken project that's out, not exactly showing best practices. It does have aluminum sheeting. This is at the Wilds. So it's too short. It should be, 10 to 12 feet at least, and have a baffle. And I wanted to have a way that they would get monitored more often. And they were, who wants to carry a ladder all the way out in this field and put it against the round pole? And it just didn't happen. It didn't work. So I came up with an idea, and I worked with Troyers, and Adam is just wonderful to work with. And his father, Andrew, we've gotten to be good friends, and they've come to some of the conferences that we do. But at the Wilds, I got a grant from OOS Conservation Committee, $2,645.05. And we had buy-in. So the work crew at the Wilds went out and dug 9 holes. And this is what we put up. And with this, you can raise and lower the box, or you could use an arm with a camera, video camera, and look in. And this is a Boy Scout that did the pilot project in our Franklin County Metro Parks, and he's gotten everything ready. The boxes were built, but they had to have some work done on them to be able to put them on the pole. And this is at the Wilds. Jim Paulus, I know you're on this. I organized a group of people, some from Ohio Bluebird Society, OCVN. I have 2 in this picture that are my right hand and left hand at doing projects, and I'm just the project manager. But we put up 9 of these setups at the Wilds with a baffle. We can raise and lower them. They were able to band, they were able to keep out starlings. And this, Janelle is the director of conservation, and she's speaking at our March conference, Ohio Bluebird Society, and talking about the success they had with kestrels nesting. The day I took them out to do the training, the first box we went to, an egg from a kestrel had been laid that morning. So everyone was quite excited. And I think at least half of the boxes were used. We've helped chimney swifts here in central Ohio. We've put up at least 5, maybe 6 chimney swift towers. This is at the Columbus Zoo Safari Golf Course. It was another Boy Scout project. We've had them fly over it, but we haven't had them go in yet. So we're hoping this next season they'll find it. We have 3 on different zoo properties. So, and then we have others at Stratford Ecological Center and a park in Delaware. Tree swallows. I think tree swallows are just the best. And here is what a tree swallow grid looks like. And it's hard to capture. If we could be up high looking down, you could see how it's in a very geometric grid. So the boxes are 25 yards apart. That's how close they'll nest together. On South Bass Island, they have what's called the island effect, and they are even closer together. Sometimes, you know, just 10 yards apart, and they'll nest because swallows just love the island and all the insects. But these are at a number of sites, and you have to have a really good monitor to keep out the house sparrows. If a house sparrow moves in, he will try to take 4 or 5 boxes. He just thinks he's king of the mountain. But he gets recycled to Ohio Wildlife Center, becomes food for recovering coopers and sharpshins. And I do get texts and emails from the Wildlife Center saying, Darlene, we need sparrows, we need starlings. Do you have any in your freezer? If I don't, then some of my friends do. Yes, I have strange friends. And this is a great activity that we do at Safari Golf Course. And this is changing mid-season the gourds. We change the nest. It gets very wet, becomes very insect loaded. And we put in a new white pine needle, dry white pine needle nest. And this is Mike Krieger. He's Vice President of Conservation at the Columbus Zoo, and he's become a really good friend. So we invited the Boy Scout who put up one of the rigs. We had a couple young birders there. We had the golf course director and Mike and several zoo folks, and then several other friends that I thought if they experienced this, they would become a monitor for me. And yes, it does work sometimes. So this is just a little more of what we're doing, you know, going into each one. And we're aging on these wonderful aging charts by PMCA, Purple Martin Conservation Association. And this is Caitlin and one of our graduated young birders. And the kids were just fantastic with handling the birds. Some of the adults were afraid to. But the young birders, you know, they'd been doing this with me for some time. This is Sawmill Wetlands, and we knew something strange was going on, and we didn't know if it was a person putting nuts, acorns into nest boxes. And then we got some cameras, and take a look at this. So we have a southern flying squirrel. So that was very, very exciting. We've had them there for 4 years now. And when the developer came in, we had to take the boxes and the baffles down. And I had maybe 20 nest boxes in my car for 2 days. I got one of my coworkers from Cardinal Health to go with me on my lunch break to help me put boxes into the barn. The first box we picked up in my back seat, a flying squirrel came out of it. He'd been living there for 2 days. I had been out of town. I think he'd been working on a granola bar that was in the back. But it was quite exciting, and that's when we confirmed that we had southern flying squirrels at Sawmill Wetland, and I was able to get him out of my car while my coworker was screaming her head off. this year we had at Twin Lakes, Tim Bischoff had put up wood duck boxes, and we had two successful hatchings of wood ducks. We didn't get to record them leaving, but you know, the shells, the broken shells with membrane were there. So that's how we tell. I learned that from Division of Wildlife. They've helped me with other wood duck box installations and checking. And of course, I mentioned Dick Tuttle. He was my mentor. We talk a lot and go over, you know, programs and projects and ideas. And he helped the young birders build an osprey platform that was put up at Glacier Ridge. And just a couple little quick stories as I start to wrap up here. Sometimes things happen, and someone, May 1st, 2013. So someone had cut down a dead tree. In the dead tree were these four eastern screech owls, and they brought them into the wildlife center. It's my hands holding one, trying not to get taloned, and we're feeding them before we take them to put them back. So what we did, I just happened to, the night before, to have taken a kestrel box down from Safari Golf Course. I had it in my back seat, and the volunteer from Ohio Wildlife Center called me and said, Darlene, we got to figure this out. And quickly we put our ideas together. And here's the old nest box. I love the lichen on top of this box. And they wired it onto an adjacent tree. As we were driving, the screech owls were giving their begging calls. I recorded the young giving their begging calls. We got the box wire wrapped on this tree. And I said, I want to know if the adult goes into the box. So these are just dried pieces of grass that we put to block the hole. And then I walked back and forth along this woodlot, and I kept playing the screech owls giving their begging calls. So sure enough, that night, the female came back. I mean, they were only gone 24 hours, so that wasn't too bad. But the owners of the house just felt so bad, so they were eager to help and do anything. So they climbed up the ladder and they used their cell phone and they documented that she was in there with the four young. So that was a great success story with quick thinking. The one that I'm going to close with, again, these crazy things happen. And I was leaving Cardinal Health, going to meet friends for dinner in Delaware. I get a call, Darlene, we've got a gentleman who hit a female kestrel and he has her in a box. And I said, okay, meet me at this restaurant. And I had a carrier, just happened to have one in the car. And I put the female in there. She was pretty good. This is inside his truck, and she's trying to figure out his little dashboard ornament. It was pretty funny. And then the Wildlife Center had closed, so they told me how to get in and what to do. And then it was about 2 weeks later, we got to take her out and release her. And as we're driving up to this church in Union County, you know, about the area where he had hit it, we saw a male on the wires close to the church. So we were quite excited. So here's just a quick release. And this was about 3 years ago, and this is Dawn Zook. who monitors, and Mike is taking the video. So apologize that it's a little, so she didn't want to come out and I didn't want to stick my hand in. Yeah, she'd been getting free mice. There she goes. So she's flying well, flying strong, and now he has his mate back. One of those successful great stories. So just a few quick facts. You can read this yourself. This nest box is at a trail in Delaware, and one of the nearby homeowners put the bow on it. And we just thought that was a great picture. But I have a wonderful, wonderful friend from some 35 years ago, and he and his father-in-law like to build nest boxes. So we got him so that he would, you know, we worked with different designs and different ways of doing things. This is really important, having this long overhang on the front of the box. It helps to keep Cooper's hawks and sharpshin from being able to land at the hole, and also blue jays. It's hard for them too. But I have seen Cooper's hawks land on the box. They cause a vibration, and if the young are close to fledging, they'll stick their head out and then they grab them and off they go. So if you lose an older young in a box, that might be what happens. So he went around, his name's Charlie Zepp in Dublin, and he has gotten, I've nominated him for a number of awards. He went around to construction sites and got scrap lumber, and he gets it from different lumber yards also. So we love this, that 75% of recycled lumber has been used to build our 7,000 different kinds of nest boxes over 35 years. So this is what we're working on next. Bill Heck and I and Tim Bischoff and the folks at GEAC we're putting up a Motus Tower and a National Audubon Collaborative Grant. We got that last December. And we have some other funding that we're excited about. But if you don't know what a Motus Tower is, hopefully your group can get Andy Jones to do a talk, or Matt Schumar, about Motus Towers. But it's very, very interesting. We want to train more volunteers. We're redoing a bluebird trail. We're adding a new and better, safer martin rig at Stratford with a Boy Scout. I have 4 osprey platforms in a barn in Dublin. If anybody can use them, let me know. I probably have at least 800 bluebird boxes. I do have a few requirements, and I can share that with you later. We're also, through Ohio Bluebird Society, working on getting ring cameras. We're doing this as a grant at schools and boxes that have Wi-Fi. And then they do the feed into their classroom and watch what's going on in the nest box in their classroom, and also monitor the boxes. I'm eager to share my passion for nature and people of all ages. And let's see okay. And this year I was surprised with the Wildlife Diversity Conservation Award from Ohio Division of Wildlife. And this quote has been near and dear to me for a long number of years. So I just want to thank everyone. I don't know if I stayed to 32 minutes, but I tried. I cut out a lot of slides. So thank you all for having me today. I can't stay on other than hearing Zach. I have out of town company, my daughter and my 2 granddaughters, and we've got a crazy busy schedule. So, and yes, some of it includes wildlife. So thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. I really appreciate it. Beautiful collage of PowerPoint presentation. If anybody has questions, please put it into the chat box And we will forward those to Darlene so that she could answer them personally. And we will also be putting on our website, of course, this recording. And so you can contact Darlene through us. But she also will put on our website contact information so you can get a hold of her directly. So thank you again, Darlene. Great presentation and a lot for us all to think about. Darlene has a lot to offer. So if you have any questions or comments or concerns, you can contact her through us, and we'll make sure that she gets your questions. Since it's 9:51, we are going to move on to Zach Beaver. An Ohio young birder creates a bluebird trail. Zach, Isabel is going to put you're already in as a host. Zach, go ahead and share your screen.
While Zach is sharing, I'll just mention that Zach is one of Darlene's proteges, shall we say. She is his mentor. He is involved in an incredible number of activities: horseback riding, fishing, birding, wildlife photography, kayaking, and shooting sports. He's also involved in 4-H at the state level, as well as the county. And interestingly, there's a new thing that the ODNR, Ohio Department of Natural Resources, is doing. The Director's Conservation Teen Advisory Council. He's a member of that. So wonderful to see that ODNR is sort of involving the civilians, as we might say. So just with that brief introduction, Zach, go ahead.
Thank you for the introduction. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to be talking to you guys today about the Minerva Park Bluebird Trail. I believe I was already introduced, but again, I'm active in 4-H. A member of Darlene's chapter of Ohio Young Birders Club. My family's been involved with conservation for a long time. This is a picture of my immediate family by the Beaver Wildlife Area, and that's actually our old family farm that we donated to Pheasants Forever for public hunting and conservation. It's about 300 acres and it's devoted to grassland. So they've been planting a lot of natural species there, like big blue stem, to help promote natural growth there. So my trail set up in my community, which is the village of Minerva Park. As you can see on the map, it's in the northeast side of Columbus. So we're an independent village. Minerva Park began actually as an amusement park back in 1895. After 5 years, the amusement park was overshadowed by the new Columbus Zoo, which at the time was just 5 miles away. They later moved it, but when the Columbus Zoo was first established, it was right next door, so it kind of overshadowed the park. The Minerva Park subdivision began in 1927, so we're coming up on our 100th anniversary. And in 2017, we annexed the Minerva Lake Golf Club, which was, as you can see on the next slide, it's that little corner down in the southeast corner there. If you take a look at Cleveland Avenue and Route 161, those are roads you guys probably know. So we're kind of nestled in this corner of the city that's pretty busy. But if you look really closely, especially on the left, this is an old Google Maps picture. So they just started construction on the new annexation. But there's a lot of wooded area there, which creates a great natural wildlife corridor. We have a lot of wetlands. We have, I believe, with the new annexation, we have about 6 ponds. Me and my dad we did a spring birding trip and we counted like 45 species of birds, and we didn't even hit everywhere in the park. So we were able to get a lot of species. So we just have a really diverse area of wildlife, which is great. We also have a lot of other species. We have like deer, fox. We had coyotes, haven't seen them for a little while. So we just have a great diverse group of wildlife that lives right in the middle of Columbus. Going back to our annexation of the golf course, our village bought that back in 2017. It's being annexed in. It's actually almost completely annexed in now, where 250 homes were added to the 550 existing ones. They placed a very heavy emphasis on public land and conserving some of the green spaces. So there is actually a walking path that goes through there. It goes right along the creek, and that was kind of where we got the idea for the Bluebird Trail. So like I said, when the new annexation started, the map here, just real quick, is where the next boxes go. And there are a lot of houses in there because again, this is an old Google Maps when they first started construction. So all of that is now a housing development, except for by the ponds, and most of those wooded areas are still wooded. You can see here, that is where the creek comes along, and that's all wooded. Over here, that looks like it's wooded, but it's actually shadows cast when the picture is taken with the satellite. So this is grassland where the boxes are. We did a lot of research on bluebird habitat and where the next places and where the next nest boxes will be placed and spacing depth. We originally were going to do 7 nest box pairs, but we eventually settled on 6 after the final consultation. Once the concept plan was drawn out, we consulted with Darlene. So big shout out to Darlene. She had a big part in helping us lay this out. We quickly realized we were under a time crunch before we got the boxes in for nesting season. So this was the back in 2019 before we got them in. We also had a discussion with a good friend of ours, Lisa Craddock, who's been a member of the Minerva Park Community Association, about coordinating with village officials. She was absolutely great. She's been on the community association for many years. Probably longer than I've been alive. I don't know how long she's been on that, but she was a huge help for us. We brought our proposal before the mayor of Minerva Park, who was very encouraging. There was a slight problem though. MI Homes still owned the land, and since the annexation was still under construction, so they had to give their approval. They were also very supportive. I don't remember the guy's name, but that guy we got approval from was also into Bluebird's trails and conservation. So he was very supportive of the idea. So step 4, when we got around to installing the boxes, where possible, we placed the boxes in no-mow areas like landscaping beds or like grasslands that they were letting develop naturally, just to make it easier on our village maintenance guy. The boxes are made out of 1.5-inch stock, either cedar or pine, and they're placed on 7-foot 1-inch electrical conduit that's pounded 2 feet into the ground. So it sounds like it's a lot of work, but it's really not. We got it all up in about 3 hours. Me, my dad, and Darlene, we did it all in about 3 hours. So it really was not that much effort for 12 boxes. So moving on to monitoring and reporting. We visit our boxes twice weekly to monitor for nesting activity. One of the things we really have to do is make sure there's no undesirable species in the boxes, like house sparrows. We've had some problems with them. House wrens, fortunately, we really have not had any problems with them. And honestly, the biggest thing we've had to worry about has been wasps. So just something to keep in mind if you're thinking about setting one of these up. A lot of people talk about house sparrows, which are a problem, but for us, it was definitely the wasps. After each clutch of birds has been fledged, we clean out the nest to discourage parasites. And nesting activity is recorded in Cornell Nest Watch database and used as open source of information for the public to use. So a little bit about what this is here. I have a drone and we're doing an overflight of all of the boxes with the drone, so you guys can kind of see from the air. This was taken last year when I was doing a presentation for Ohio Young Birders Club. So it is not the best presentation. I've gotten a lot better at flying it. I did try to redo it. Me and my dad spent all week trying to redo this, but we have had so many issues with the drone and trying to do this that including it trying to kill itself. We were about 90% of the way done, and it just flew off. We did find it again, but then the weather wasn't working out for us. So we just decided to use the old one. As you can see right here, the red cones are where the boxes are. It's kind of hard to see because of the snow. So this is pairs 9, 9 and 10. We're flying backwards just because that was the easiest flight route. So there's a bench there, as you can see a little bit with the trees and the bushes. That is a landscaping bed. That's me running down there in the corner. So you can see where there's no vegetation in the bridge. That is the walking trail we're flying over. Again, I'm sorry because it's kind of bouncy. It was not. Here's boxes 8 and 9. We've had a really big problem with wasps in these this year. But we've also had some tree swallows come out of there. So that's been pretty successful for that. We're then going to fly over to boxes 5 and 6. If I can figure it. Okay, there we go. 5 and 6 have been our most successful one for tree swallows. I've gotten some phenomenal pictures from there. It's been a very successful box. They're also in a landscaping bed, and they're on the edge of a lake. You can kind of see the tree swallows feeding there. There's the 2 of them. Again, very, very successful with tree swallows. Unfortunately, we have not had any problems with house sparrows or anything out of there. See them down in the right-hand corner. There's also a bench by there, so people can do some bird watching if they want to. And then that's the lake I was talking about, that big open white area. So now we're going to fly over a road, and that walking path actually goes underneath the road. There's a bridge there, as you can kind of see. The creek and the walking path both run under there. So for the most part, the creek and the walking path do near each other. You can see kind of the natural grassland here through the snow. And I do apologize. You're not gonna be able to see these boxes very well because it was hard to see with the drone camera where the boxes are. But there's someone actually walking on the walking path with their dogs. That's a great representation of how this path is being used. You can kind of see one of the boxes there, right there on the bottom of the screen. So it's set off the trail about 30 feet. And this has been a really great set for tree swallows as well. There we go, right there. That green cone. This has been a great box for tree swallows as well. And we have had a lot of problems with house sparrows here, including one of our tree swallows getting killed. So that was kind of disappointing. But we got him dispatched, and that's taken care of. And we now have another family of tree swallows in there. So we're going back along the trail, kind of. You see the trail on the left there. There's also another lake here. Just give me a second to. There we go. And this is our first set of boxes. If you were walking the trail in order, that's my dad standing next to them. So you can kind of, he's about 6 foot. So you can kind of tell how tall the boxes are. This is box set 1 and 2. They have not been very successful for pretty much anything this year. We have had some house sparrows try to colonize those. But we really have not had any luck with our native species moving in there. But there's always next year, right? So I'm hoping we have some probably tree swallows move in there. So some lessons we learned is the installation was relatively easy. 2 people, we set up boxes in about 3 hours. Like I said, we were in a time crunch to get them in, but we fortunately did get them in quickly. And birds found the boxes very quickly. They were kind of window shopping for about 3 to 4 weeks, which I really can't complain about because I was able to get some phenomenal pictures. The first nest was established in 6 weeks, and the community was very excited to learn about the trail, including the village government and MI Homes. So we had a lot of support on this. The community Facebook page was very helpful. So when you're monitoring the boxes, there needs to be regular. So we really need to stay on top of it. It's not hard at all. It's just do it once, twice a week. And if you want to set anything up on public land, you need to engage early. I cannot emphasize that enough. I mean, we had like 3 different people we had to go through. Everyone was very encouraging, so that wasn't a problem at all. These things just take time. So if you want to do this on public land, definitely reach out early. I'd say the earlier the better. So some of our victories we had with the trail, starting off on the left, those are some older adolescent bluebirds that were in the nest. They're very cute, as you can see. Box 5, that was kind of when the on the bottom right hand corner, that's kind of when the tree swallows were kind of window shopping. I was talking about getting some pictures. That is definitely one of my better pictures I've gotten on the trail. And then up in the upper right hand corner, that's a little green tree frog that was on, he's kind of sunning himself on one of our baffles in the morning. I always just like to include him in our presentations because these, as Darlene was talking about with flying squirrels, these nest boxes do provide a lot of help for other species, not just the birds that live in them. Defeats, this is the tree swallow that got killed I was talking about. As you can see, the egg there. This was a tree swallow got this one. I'm sorry, not tree swallow. A house sparrow got this one. Like I said, we did get him dispatched, and we do have another family of tree swallows moving in there. So they're nice and safe. A little bit more about what we've done with the community. We've installed a community feeder. It's behind our village, like our government building. And they rent that out for birthday parties and like graduation parties. So the public is able to see this very well. We're looking at adding like some posters and stuff to that to like teach the public more about it. Our stats for 2020, 2021, we've had 4 clutches of bluebirds fledged and 5 clutches of tree swallows fledged. So we are a little bit more on a little bit stronger with the tree swallows. I've jokingly said we should rename the trail the Tree Swallow Trail. And then we've had 4 house sparrow nests evicted, and we've dispatched 2 house sparrows. And we've had 2 boxes colonized by wasps, and they've both been dispatched. Those are kind of the worst to kind of deal with, but it's not bad at all. So some future plans for the trail. We want to create a viewing area in the community building. That's the building you kind of see there in the background. That's the feeder in the lower left-hand corner. So we want to get some posters and some binoculars for people to just learn a little bit more about the birds coming to the feeder. We are looking for a grant. So like hint, if any of you like know where we could do that or know an organization we could get that from. We're also trying to establish a print media station for along the trail. So kind of like a trifold like we get at a metro park to teach people about tree swallows and bluebirds, just the desirable species, probably also talk about the undesirable species along the trail. And we're also looking for a grant to get that too. And we also need to do some vegetation management along the trail, especially if you remember from the drone flight with boxes 3 and 4, we have some very bad grasses coming in. So we're going to have to go in and probably weed whack around those this winter so we can get there in the spring. Just a huge shout out to all of our supporters, the citizens of the village of Minerva Park, Wild Birds Unlimited Westerville. That's where we get all of our seed from. They've been very helpful. The village of Minerva Park, the Minerva Park Community Association, MI Homes. I know Darlene mentioned the Kirkland family already, but they were extremely helpful with building boxes. So another shout out to them. Lisa Craddock, our mayor, Tiffany Hughes, and last but not least, Darlene, who's our OYBC advisor and definitely got this whole thing rolling. If you'd like to support the Minerva Park Bluebird Trail or the community feeder, you can make a financial donation by contacting Wild Birds Unlimited. The phone number is up there on the screen, and tell them you want to donate to the Minerva Park Community Feeder. And they keep like a fund for us where we can go in and buy feed with that for the feeder and keep that going. If you have any questions, you can reach out. It's actually my dad's contact information because I have a bad habit of not responding to people. So if you have any questions that you forget to ask now, feel free to reach out and do that. If anyone has any questions now, if we still have time, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, if you have any questions for Zach, go ahead and put them in the chat box and one of our monitors will ask the questions.
And
Thank you
Zach,
very much, Zach. It was a great presentation and especially getting the community involved. That's what birding is all about. The more we share with others our passion and our enjoyment of birds, it really does help. So thank you.
Of course, thank you for having me.
virtual round of applause. Thanks, Zach.
Very proud of you, Zach.
Thanks, Darlene.
Well, up next, we have our hosts, the person we lean on at Audubon Great Lakes for just about everything, Isabella Ravenna. And Isabella, is Adam going to join us here also?
Yes, I just let him know that we were running just a little bit late, so he'll be joining us.
Okay.
As he's logging in, I will also share a quick network update with everyone. So I'll go ahead, share my screen first with everyone. So as you heard from Darlene, grants are a great opportunity to find resources for the projects you're doing in your local community. Audubon Great Lakes, Audubon National Audubon Network is bringing back both the collaborative grants, but also Audubon in Action grants. And Audubon in Action grants, those are $2,500 up to $10,000, and collaborative grants are $1,000. I will also share a link on Audubon Works so that you can read more information or also decide to apply. The deadline for that, it's Friday, November 19th, and then grant decisions are made January 14th. I'll also note too is that you're welcome to reach out to me with questions or brainstorm ideas. I'm also happy to review grant applications. So definitely use me as a resource. And I will also in the chat put my email, perhaps maybe during lunchtime. I will share all the links that I have here on the slide. And I hope Adam will be joining us too. So Adam Foer is our new policy director for climate. He's based in Indianapolis and Indiana, and he should be joining us shortly.
Great. And for those of you who don't know Isabella, just a few words of introduction. She isn't just Audubon, or hasn't been just Audubon, because she does have professional expertise and experience in urban ethnography, in community organizing, and she's actually worked in arts and culture administration as well. By the way, I see Adam is here, so we just let him in. And meanwhile, and again, all of you know, I think that Isabella is the one who rounds us up every month or so for the Great Lakes Regional Chapter calls. And so most of you have interacted with Isabella at one time or another. If you haven't, you're in for a treat the next time you do. Adam is the policy director for climate at Audubon Great Lakes. And he is a native, or he is currently living at any rate in Indiana, in the Indianapolis area. And he actually started his career at Audubon as a federal policy intern, moved on to several other positions, and we're delighted to have him back with Audubon now. So Isabella, Adam, take it away.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Bill, for that good introduction. So Adam and I will be tag teaming this presentation. So after my quick network update, we will move on to the Restoring the Great Lakes for Birds and People. And this is the report that will set out the work that Audubon will be doing for the next 10 years in the Great Lakes and the basin. Some of you may have heard this presentation at a chapter leader call. Some of you have also invited us to speak at your membership or board meetings. So this will be a similar presentation that you'll hear from Adam and I. But first, I'll let Adam introduce himself since he is a new staff member just a few months with Audubon Great Lakes. Go ahead, Adam.
Thanks, Isabella. Hi, everyone. My name is Adam Four. As you've heard before, I am the Climate Policy Director with Audubon Great Lakes. Before I got to this position, I was doing some work with philanthropies here in Indiana. And then before that, some wind energy work at the state and federal level, both land-based and offshore wind. Really excited to be here. I know I'm going to be focusing on climate, renewable energy policy, engagement with developers around some of the work in the Great Lakes. So really looking forward to the presentation. Thank you all for the time today. Of course, if you have any questions about this or other things, please go. And I probably will not know the answer, unfortunately, because this is really interesting stuff that's a little above my head. It's not the first time that I've not entirely understood something, but at least we have really great staff here who I'm happy to help connect you with. So if you have questions about this or other things, please feel free to get in touch with me. And thanks for the time today.
Absolutely. So we will be talking about how you all can be involved and have been involved in the Great Lakes Vision Plan, but also the media outreach that we've done so far. Adam will talk about the bird emergency, why this plan is so important. I will go over the priority regions, the 12 high priority regions where we will be doing restoration work, and then refocusing back on policy solutions and takeaways. So starting first with our network, because you all are so important. We heard earlier this morning from Darlene and Zach, community scientists, advocates, stewards, the work that you are all doing, chapters here in Ohio, it's so important. And across the Great Lakes region, we have 50+ chapters, over 150,000 active members. We have 2 nature centers based in Ohio, and then there's the regional office as well. And many of you already have been contributing to the Great Lakes Vision Plan. So here it is again. We made an announcement of this vision. It was this past year in spring on March 22nd during the World Water Day. And we've received an overwhelming response from the journalists. We held a press conference on World Water Day, and we had 20-some journalists where our executive director, Michelle Parker, and director of conservation at Miller presented to the journalists. I will show you some snapshots of some of the media hits that we received. There were some also in Columbus, so I will share that link in case you would like to read it. It's been really great to see that both our network is really interested in this report, but also the public, and we're hearing from the media about it. So just as a refresher, the Great Lakes are an important natural resource, but sometimes they're overlooked. We have 35 million people that depend on the water of the Great Lakes, and it supports also 350 species of birds. We have more than 3,000 miles of shoreline just within Michigan alone. And we're also noticing that the wetland birds have been declining, and that's because we're seeing the decline of the coastal wetlands. And that's what this plan is focusing on. So here's the cover page. The report sits on my desk every single day. I flip through it. It's definitely a working document for me. So of course, what is important too is that we collaborate within the greater Audubon. So it's not just Audubon Great Lakes that's doing this work, but we're collaborating with other state offices, including Audubon Minnesota, Audubon Pennsylvania, and Audubon New York. So that includes 5 centers across this big Great Lakes and Basin region, 121 chapters, and over 300,000 active members. And so what is the goal of this report? Well, we want to improve the water quality and stabilize the declining bird populations, and specifically marsh birds, and then also restore over or nearly 3,000 acres of high priority wetlands. And why is this important? Well, there is a bird emergency, and I'll pass it to Adam.
Thanks, Isabella, and apologies for any background noise. My in-laws are in town, so I have stepped outside to hopefully not bother them and continue to stay in their good graces. So right now, we've talked a lot about the bird emergency, and a lot of birds are great indicator species, and birds are telling us that we must act to ensure that our planet can sustain wildlife and people. In less than a single lifetime, North America has lost more than 1 in 4 of its birds, according to the journal Science. It also shows that we've lost about 2.9 billion with a B breeding adults since 1970, including birds in every ecosystem. So this is an issue that will continue to be serious for birds. The disappearance of even common species indicates a general shift in our ecosystem's ability to support basic bird life. And that's, I think, something that we're seeing across ecosystems, especially wetlands. Some wetland species, waterfowl in particular, have seen population gains over the last few decades, due in large part to political action, which we'll talk about later, and careful land management and restoration. Not all wetland birds have thrived, however. Marsh birds in particular have struggled as their habitat is drained for development, and contamination of chemicals and heavy metals, as well as invasive species, make these habitats less than suitable. And we saw that a little bit earlier this month in Indiana with a spill in the Great Lakes. Next slide, please. So I know we are a little bit behind, so I'll try to make up a little time here. Just a couple of quick stats for everyone. We've lost 720 million grassland birds since 1970, including about 3 in 4 meadowlarks, and that represents about a 53% population decline in grassland species. Also lost 2.5 billion migratory birds, and that includes 2 out of 5 Baltimore Orioles, which is about 28% population loss. Then again, since 1970, we've seen about a 32% population loss in aerial insectivores. So 2 in 5 barn swallows have been lost since 1970, which represents about 160 million insectivores. And I think this slide says it all. Our study, Survival by Degrees, indicates that there are 389 bird species that are on the brink due to climate change. So the changing climate is causing North American birds to shift the timing of their migrations and has altered their summer and winter geographic ranges. Audubon science shows us that stabilizing warming at global average increase of 1.5 degrees Celsius would reduce threats for many birds. In the Great Lakes region specifically, many species of interest are considered vulnerable to climate change under a scenario for about a 3 degrees Celsius global temperature increase, including the bobolink and the common loon. You can see here how much of the ranges are lost in red on the map. And this rapid climate change, as we've talked about before, could lead to population declines and local extinctions if we don't adapt. The Great Lakes water levels have fluctuated dramatically in recent years, accelerating the spread of invasive species, flooding coastal communities, and disturbing the natural ebb and flow of wetland water levels. The loss and degradation of our region's coastal habitats from urban and agricultural development, invasive species, and a changing climate pose the greatest threats to the Great Lakes birds. Investing in coastal watersheds now, especially wetlands, will create strongholds for bird populations in the future, mitigate water quality impacts in both urban and rural areas, and make the region more resilient to climate change. And I think this next slide might have some audio too, as well. Is that right?
I hope so. I'm actually not sure if I clicked on the audio capability, but let's see if it works.
There's one way to find out.
Can everyone hear it? This is the common gallinule.
Yes, I'm hearing that.
I can hear it.
it. Great.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I'm so glad that worked. Across the Great Lakes region, wetland-associated species, like the common annual, have declined steadily and precipitously since the mid-1990s. These declines highlight the plight of marsh bird species that depend on wetlands and small bodies of water for breeding, which are habitats that are particularly vulnerable to climate change and land use changes. Birds are facing an unprecedented crisis due to human activity, and this requires immediate action at the federal level and at the individual level. And like I said, we'll touch a little bit more on that federal level activity coming up.
Excellent.
Increasingly variable Great Lakes water levels and more frequent intense storms pose significant threats to beach nesting birds like piping plovers and wetlands nesting birds like the black terns that you see here. The black terns are listed as either endangered, threatened, or a species of concerns in all the Great Lakes states and Ontario. Audubon Great Lakes has been monitoring black terns at St. Clair Flat State Wildlife Area with partners since 2013. They are a common species in steep decline and have experienced losses between about 48 and 71% across Michigan, and range-wide losses of 61% across North America since the 1960s. Loss of degradation of habitat, as well as climate change, are thought to be contributing factors for this decline. It's a lot of negative news, I know, a lot of a little bit of pessimism, but there is good news. Audubon has a plan to restore these regions and the birds that live there. The projects and programs highlighted in this report will directly benefit key bird species that have seen a dramatic decline in the Great Lakes region, while setting the region on a path to long-term environmental health and resilience. Hemi-marshes and other coastal wetlands provide critical breeding and stopover habitat, but they're declining. Along with them, the services they provide to us are being lost. Those services include shore stabilization, wave attenuation, erosion control, storm surge buffering, flood coverage and storage, and carbon storage increase and sequestration, which I think is a really important one that, like I said, we'll talk about in a little bit, along with water issues such as water quality and groundwater recharge. These are all important to consider when creating a strategy to protect these places.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Adam. And as all of you already know that at Audubon, we think of birds as indicator for environmental quality. And so when we were thinking about the Great Lakes, the next plan for the Great Lakes is we identified that marsh birds will be the indicator species and will help us understand better if we are restoring the wetlands and if they're working, if the birds are coming back. We also know that marsh birds are sensitive to pollution, invasive species, and flooding. So these are also the elements that we'll have to tackle as we restore the coastal wetlands. So here on this map, you see the 12 priority regions. Starting from the left, we have the Duluth, the St. Louis River Estuary, and Green Bay. Those are the two sites in Wisconsin. Going down south into the Calumet region, which straddles between Illinois and Indiana. Going up to Michigan, we have 4 high priority regions, including Eastern Lake Michigan, Saginaw Bay, Detroit and St. Clair Flat, St. Mary's River, and the Straits Mackinac. And then in your home state, we have the Western Lake Erie, and then there's additional sites going into the basin. But today we'll focus only on the Great Lakes. And I'll tell you about each of them throughout the presentation. So what is Audubon doing? We want to propose up to 42 projects to restore the over 3,000 acres. And we want to do this by focusing on invasive plant control, native planting, curing and cleaning vegetation, and water level management. And here are the priority focal species for marsh birds. Some of them we mentioned earlier, like the black terns or the common gallinule, least bittern Virginia rail, or Sora rail. Sora is actually one of my favorite, and so is Virginia rail. And how did we come to the conclusion of which priority areas we will focus on? Well, our Audubon science team had created the spatial prioritization study. And through various data sources, they were able to identify the acreage where there was an opportunity for us to have impact, both for the birds, but also for the wetlands restoration. And also by having the spatial prioritization study, we then also worked regionally within the conservation team to identify what are some of the projects we can do for restoration, what are the stewardship opportunities, and also what are the monitoring and research opportunities. So, sorry, hold on, let me collect here with my notes. So improving the wetlands health through the whole plan with the focus is to improve the health of the wetlands through the invasive plant control, native planting, cleaning vegetation, and water level management. And here is the list of the 12 priority sites again. And now I will focus on each of them. So first is Wisconsin. And in Wisconsin, we're working within the St. Louis River Estuary and Green Bay. And in both of those sites, we're already starting to do projects. We recently hired the Wisconsin Conservation Manager who will be focusing on restoring these sites. In the St. Louis River Estuary, we're working with 2 chapters locally, Chequamegon Audubon Society and Duluth Audubon Society. And then in the Green Bay area, we're working with the Northeastern Wisconsin Audubon Society. And what's really great is that in both of those areas, we have chapters who are leading bird walks, stewardship events, and monitoring initiatives. And here our priority is to restore, we have identified 200,000 acres for restoration. So our next site is the Calumet region that straddles Illinois and Indiana. And here we are proposing to restore 15,000 acres that's identified, and we're working with the Dunes Calumet Audubon Society as our primary advocate for the project. Our next state is the Michigan state. Here we have the most amount of projects, including 4 across the whole region. So, and our region, so in Michigan at the 4 regions across the state, so that includes the Eastern Lake Michigan, St. Mary's River and the Straits of Mackinac, Saginaw Bay and Detroit River and the St. Clair Flats. Our strategy here will be less about restoration, but more about monitoring and land protection. We're also working with the Sioux tribe in the upper peninsula of Michigan, and also with Department of Natural Resources, U.S. Fish and Wildlife to monitor the black terns and other marsh birds. And here we're in this state, we're working closely with Detroit Audubon at the St. Clair Flats to monitor the one of the largest colonies of black terns in the Great Lakes. And since we are here in Ohio today, I wanted to spend a little bit more time focusing on the work here in Ohio. So we have 62,000 acres in the Western Lake Erie Basin that have been identified through the report as high priority. And over the next 10 years, Audubon and partners will work to restore over 18,000 acres. As we move projects from the concept to action, we will definitely be reaching out to all of you and working with community scientists and advocates on these projects. And we're already working on restoring some of the shorebird, we're already working on shorebird monitoring in some of the sites, which I'll show you a map very, very soon. So here is another look of the map and the number of acreage that we're looking to restore. And the next slide will be the map where we are doing monitoring. We're doing monitoring, shorebird monitoring at 4 sites. Some of the sites will be controlled sites and there will be one that will be restored. We're doing this work through a consultant right now, but there may be opportunities for community scientists to get involved. And then here's a list of some of the partners that we're working with. You already may be familiar with these, such as the Black Swan Bird Observatory, Ducks Unlimited, Ohio Coastal Management Program, Ohio Department of Natural Resources, Nature Conservation of Ohio, Toledo Metro Parks, and Toledo City Parks. And we're already seeing early signs of success. So our strategy of focusing on the 14 priority marsh birds is working. Here, you're seeing two birds, the least bittern chick and the juvenile common gallinule. I'll play one of the sounds. Oops. I'm not sure if you can hear it. Oops. So thanks to the restoration efforts, we are already seeing signs of success and marsh bird populations are coming back. We've seen this especially in the Calumet region where we started monitoring in 2015. We've only seen 2 focus species out of the 14. And then a few years later in 2018, we were able to identify 11 species. The state endangered and threatened species, such as the least bittern chick and that you are seeing here on the right, have been spotted and breeding, which is really exciting and good news. And the common gallinule that you see on the left of the marsh bird that's breeding in general area are making a comeback too because of the restoration work. So that's really good news. And we're hoping to see more good news also in Ohio through the monitoring efforts that's happening. And of course, another great success story is the piping plovers. Historically, they have been breeding heavily in the Great Lakes, but then in the late 1980s, we've seen a huge decline. And then more recently in the 2019s, we're seeing some of them coming back, which is also good news. So we used to have 800 breeding pairs of piping plovers, and now we're seeing about 75 nesting in the Great Lakes. And now I will pass it back to Adam to talk about the policy solutions.
Thanks, Isabella. I know we are running a little behind, so I could talk about this all day, but hopefully I can make up a little bit of time there and just briefly touch on these. And of course, I know we have time for questions at the end. So if we need to go deeper on any of these policies, I'm happy to do so. So we've talked a lot about Great Lakes restoration, climate change. So a lot of these things are things that either are focused on the Great Lakes restoration specifically, or climate, or a combination of both. So one, just want to highlight the Growing Climate Solutions Act. That's a really important piece of legislation right now. It has passed the Senate. It was introduced by Senator Braun in Indiana. It has bipartisan support. And really what it does is it connects farmers and forest managers with resources to help encourage carbon sequestration, to pull carbon out of the atmosphere and into either their cover crop or into the forest. It's a great example of a natural climate solution, which essentially means using what nature has given us to be able to combat, or to address, I should say, some of the impacts of climate change. So right now that is in the House. You will probably hear a little bit more about it next week. It sounds like there may be a hearing, but that's a really important policy that is part of natural climate solutions, because we have the ability with the Great Lakes to pull carbon out of the atmosphere and really help to address some of the climate related impacts to birds. Another great piece of legislation that has already passed and has been really helpful for the Great Lakes is the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative Act. Audubon was really influential, unfortunately before my time in this position, but really influential in getting this passed and increasing funding for programs for the Great Lakes for restoration. And as we heard earlier in the presentation, wetlands, marshes are excellent, what we call carbon sinks. So they pull in carbon and they keep carbon as opposed to emitting carbon dioxide. So that's a really great opportunity for the Great Lakes. So we're really glad to see that pass, and we hope that that program will continue. And then we can go on to some state policy solutions. And then just a couple of things to touch on here. Healing Our Waters Coalition, many of the groups that Isabella mentioned or showed in one of the previous slides for our partners in the state are part of the Healing Our Waters Coalition. It's a group of environmental groups, conservation groups, really all coming together to focus on that GLRI funding. So what happens is the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative Act provides dollars for states and other programs to help restore the Great Lakes. Audubon is one of those partners. This group is really focused on taking that funding and turning it into tangible and effective on-the-ground solutions for habitat restoration along the Great Lakes. Another great state example is H2 Ohio. That's a program that was recently funded in Ohio by, I forget the administration, but really focused on water quality improvements. And so having, as we mentioned before, having clean and safe water, something that's important for both birds and people. So that's a great example of a policy that has multiple benefits, not just benefiting birds, not just benefiting people, but both. And then finally, we know I touched a little bit on climate before, but renewable energy siting is something that's really important at the state level. Not all renewable energy projects are perfect, but they need to have the opportunity to be sited in a place that provides the least conflict for birds, because those are really critical in addressing climate change. And so finding opportunities for those wind and solar projects and storage projects to be located in places that are not as important for birds, that are not in migratory paths, that are not in important bird areas to the greatest extent possible. The fewer places you have to develop, the more opportunities you have for conflicts between bird habitat and these renewable projects. So there's a couple bills working their way through Ohio. I believe HB 50 is a new community solar bill that was just introduced. There's another, well, not bill, but there's rulemaking around solar specifically coming up. So really making sure that the science is informed in those renewable siting guidelines and making sure that conservation is taken into account so that good projects can go forward is something that's really important here.
Excellent, thank you, Adam. So key takeaways are that the Great Lakes are a national treasure for birds and people, and it's so important for us to be able to restore the coastal wetlands. And it is also an unprecedented opportunity to bring back the declining marsh birds. As you heard, the 14 focal species that we're focusing on, and we're doing monitoring around those restoration sites. And then science is definitely guiding our restoration, as always at Audubon. We're always focusing on what science is telling us. And this plan specifically will focus on restoring over 3,000 acres across the Great Lakes and the basin. And we're proposing a total of 42 projects, working with partners heavily on all of the states. And also on a positive note that we are seeing signs of recovery, especially already in the Calumet region along the Illinois and Indiana areas. And we're hoping to see more of that kind of recovery as we continue to do monitoring efforts. And so how can you help? How can you be involved? It was definitely great to hear from Darlene and Zach and maybe others also about your community science efforts and the stewardship that you're doing. So please do continue doing that work, advocating for birds, get involved in advocacy or any campaigns that come up in your state or in your county or municipality. Many of you already are doing this, supporting the local natural areas, participating in community science again. And then whenever there are calls to action that are coming from Audubon, please do participate. We hope to send out some in the future, in the near future. So that may be coming either from Adam or myself. And then if you have questions, please do reach out to me. My email is up on the slide here. I will also put it in the chat during lunch. So right now we can take questions if there are any. And if not, we can also talk during lunch or over email. Thanks so much for having us.
Great, thank you, Isabella. Thank you, Adam. And if there are any questions, we can sneak those in. And thank you, by the way, for keeping the time under control here. We are just about back. We are back on schedule, I think, pretty close. Okay, we don't see any questions, and that's probably because it's the time everyone has been waiting for. That is the time for the break. So it's time to go refill the coffee and do whatever else you need to do, find yourself a snack or whatever. And when we come back, we're going to hear from our keynote speaker, Ken Kaufman. I know that's something you've all been waiting for, and so am I, for sure. So we will see you at 11 o'clock. And if we can be back a couple minutes early, we'll sneak a couple little other items in there too. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks, everyone.
By the way, we're going to leave the Zoom up and running. So go ahead and mute if you're stepping away. You might want to video mute if you haven't done so already. Again, we'll see you promptly at 11 o'clock. Okay, as we're getting ready, Isabella, can you see my screen share?
Bill, is your screen share person on the screen?
Yeah, it's.
Then yes, I can see it.
Okay, good.
Let's test the audio.
All right, I'll
Ready.
just go ahead and play it.
Hello, Council of Ohio Audubon
Works.
Chapters.
It's working okay?
Yes. Mhm. Excellent.
Okay, we'll be ready. And we're just about ready to start again. Hopefully we have most people back at this point. And let me get back to where I was there. Okay. Well, we know that everyone is ready to hear our keynote speaker, Ken Kaufman, who we will introduce in just a few moments. But I've already talked to Ken, and he has agreed that we have an important message that is not from Ken, but is instead from Matt Schumar, who's the director of the Ohio Bird Conservation Initiative. And Matt wants to tell us about a project that's going on in the Cleveland area. And we all have a chance to influence the safety of birds with this project. So if everybody's ready, I'm going to let Matt do the explaining.
Hello, Council of Ohio Audubon Chapters. My name is Matt Schumar, and I'm the Program Coordinator for the Ohio Bird Conservation Initiative. I've worked closely with many of you on conservation and outreach projects throughout the state. Sorry I couldn't join you virtually today, but I wanted to briefly share some information on a developing issue. Thanks goes to Bill Heck for suggesting creation of this video message. So the issue I wanted to make you aware of is a fairly local and specific problem, but it's deeply tied to ongoing global conservation issues. And there's potential for positive outcomes here that could set precedents for the state and region. Many of you in the greater Cleveland area are aware that Sherwin-Williams is expanding their presence in the city by building a new headquarters in downtown Cleveland. Their continued presence in Cleveland is great for the local economy, and we should encourage companies to have interest in our cities and state. However, the proposed building design, which is unlikely to substantially change, is for a 36-story, 1 million square foot skyscraper placed in the vicinity of Public Square. That in itself is not a huge problem, but adhering to recent architectural trends, the building facade is entirely glass. We already have a serious problem with bird building collisions in downtown Cleveland, and Lights Out Cleveland volunteers salvage around 4,000 dead and injured birds each year during spring and fall migration for the small area of downtown that we're able to cover, primarily around that Public Square area. Most of you are probably familiar with the problem of bird building collisions, and up to 1 million birds are killed each year in the United States alone due to this issue. Excessive artificial light at night is a big part of the equation, but the real killer here is reflective glass, especially when it's adjacent to green space. Some cities and states have recently been able to pass bird-safe building ordinances and legislation, and this is something we hope to accomplish in the near future in Ohio. Until that happens, we need to work with architects and city planners to ensure that new construction is safe for migratory wildlife. The City of Cleveland Planning Commission has an open public comment period on the plan through November 30th, which is when the last public meeting is likely to be scheduled. We have unofficial word that letters in support could persuade final decisions. What I'm hoping that you can help with as Audubon chapters and individuals is cooperation and collaboration to send as many letters as possible to the Cleveland Planning Commission, as well as Cuyahoga County officials, stressing the importance of including bird-safe glass in the construction of this building. The overall design does not need to change, and aesthetics do not need to be compromised by altering the glass that is used. There are a lot of really fantastic products on the market today. I've already spoken with several local, statewide, and regional groups, including the Ohio Ornithological Society, asking for support on this issue. I would strongly encourage all of you to look at this issue as it pertains to your home chapter in local town or city. Much of the new construction that I'm seeing on the landscape is all glass, and it's brightly lit. If we truly care about the conservation of birds, we need to address threats during the entire annual life cycle, not just breeding grounds and habitats and preserving overwintering grounds. We have to focus on threats during migration as well. I've shared a draft letter and a list of contacts and addresses with Bill Heck and Heather Farrington. to share with all of you. You can also reach me by email or phone to discuss, and I'll include that in the video description here. Thanks so much for your time. I hope you're having a fantastic discussion today, and happy birding.
Okay, well, Matt has an important message. I think you'll all agree. And some of you may be thinking, well, I don't live in Cleveland, so it's not my business. But in fact, we're in the state of Ohio. Sherwin-Williams is an Ohio company, not just a Cleveland company. And what we do, or what Cleveland does, is going to set precedent, continue to set precedent for the rest of the state, whether it's Columbus, Cincinnati, Dayton, Toledo, and so on. So I hope you will follow up. We will be distributing Matt's contact information and the information on how to reach the city planners in Cleveland on this issue. I hope your chapter and you individually will consider making a public comment in support of birds. Okay, with that, we're going to turn the floor over to Ken Kaufman. And I'm going to do a brief introduction, but my introduction to Darlene was difficult because there are so many things I could say. It's even worse with Ken. So he's put me on the spot as far as an introduction goes. I think you all know, many of you certainly know Ken by reputation. I've had the great pleasure, Mary and I've had the great pleasure of knowing Ken and his wife, Kimberly, for some years personally. And that's been a wonderful experience. Ken, of course, is an author, he's a birder, he's an illustrator, and obviously, if you haven't heard before, you'll hear today, he's a great speaker. He's written 33 books at last count. I'm sure there are a few more in the stack to come. And the latest book is A Season on the Wind, Inside the World of Spring Migration, which, by the way, won the Ohioana Library Association Reader's Choice Award last year. He's also, as many of you know, a field editor for Audubon, a fellow of the American Ornithological Society, and I have to be careful not to say union anymore, and the only person to have received the American Birding Association Lifetime Achievement Award twice. He's only lived once, though, as far as I know. We're very lucky that Ken joined us here as an Ohio resident back in 2005. And as you know, probably know, he lives up in the Oak Harbor area with Kimberly. And I could go on, but I won't because you want to hear Ken. Ken, over to you. Thank you very much for being here. And Ken, I think there we go.
Okay. Well, Bill, thank you so much. I don't know what I can possibly do to live up to that introduction. But I should ask if you can hear me okay. Is it coming through?
Yes, we hear you just fine.
Okay, great. Well, I'm honored to be here. This is really an important gathering of individuals who are working with organizations that are doing a lot of good. National Audubon and the local Audubon chapters and then the regional offices among them make up such an important network doing so much good for conservation. And I'm going to go ahead and see if I can share my screen and see how that works. Let's see. Just a sec. This is always, there's a little bit of a bobble every time I do this, but let's see if I can make this work. See, that's not, it's not happening yet. Okay, now can you see a slide here?
Yes, we do.
Okay, is that sizing good?
Yeah, I think we're good there.
Very nice.
Okay, I'll just go ahead then and okay. Yeah, so the topic that I proposed for today was to talk about the concept of everything is connected. And when you make a statement like that, it might seem overly obvious. If you study ecology, or you know that everything within an ecosystem is connected. But I wanted to talk about it today, sort of from the viewpoint of specifically looking at birds and bird conservation and Audubon. But just to demonstrate the fact that everything is connected, I'm also going to talk about red squirrels and Napoleon and the Gulf of Mexico and things like that. So as Bill mentioned, I live up in northwestern Ohio. The big star there is supposed to be centered on McGee Marsh, which is sort of a central spot in my existence. And I think probably a lot of you have visited. McGee Marsh is famous for its migration, especially in spring. And so many of you may have been to the famous McGee Marsh boardwalk. I know that the number of bird watchers from around the world who have visited this spot must be up into the hundreds of thousands by now. People have come there from every U.S. state, every Canadian province, 6 continents, more than 50 countries. All of these bird watchers coming here to this one spot during the month of May because it's such a great place to see spring migration. But probably a lot of people have not really thought about how it's connected to history. And when I go to a place, I always like to think about the history and think about if you go back far enough, that's the birds, the migrant birds have been coming through there for eons, no doubt. Things like black and white warblers and cerulean warblers have been migrating through the area. They were stopping over there back when it was all just a vast expanse of a very natural habitat. It's much more limited now. If you get up and take like a satellite view, the entire landscape is occupied with farms and towns and cities. And then there are just these little green areas where you can actually see protected habitat. And it's not very much percentage wise, but it's more than what you find in most areas of the Midwest, especially for a state like Ohio. There's really a lot of protected habitat in the area. And just thinking about why that is really a worthwhile exercise. At one time, much of the area was covered by something called the Great Black Swamp. And if you look at maps, no two maps give exactly the same outlines of where the Great Black Swamp was. And this is an especially generous one. And some maps will make it much smaller than this, although it does go across into Indiana. It doesn't stop at the state line there. But at one time, a huge area in northwestern Ohio was occupied by this great swamp, and the vast majority of it was drained. But we are fortunate that there's still a lot of areas that are in fact protected. On this map, every one of those little yellow flying bird symbols represents an area that's specifically protected as wildlife habitat. And it's really an amazing concentration of protected areas. And there's a good reason why we have all these protected areas. And it's not necessarily because early on in the settlement, people thought, this would be a great spot to protect for migrating worm-eating warblers, or this would be a great spot for yellow-throated vireos. No, the areas were protected because they had lots of waterfowl, lots of migratory ducks and geese. And so it was really the duck hunting community that was responsible for protecting so many of the best spots. It's worthwhile to go back and really read about this in detail, about the history of all these duck clubs that came in starting in the 1850s and bought up really prime areas of marsh habitat to protect them. And they would be hunting there for a few weeks out of the fall, and the rest of the year was just this great wildlife habitat. And some of those are still serving today as bird sanctuaries. And then other areas that were duck clubs were turned over or sold to state and federal agencies. So places like the McGee Marsh Wildlife Area, Metzger Marsh, Mallard Club Marsh, Ottawa National Wildlife Refuge. Anytime you go birding in those places, you're in spots that were originally protected by the duck hunters. So I know that occasionally there may be some tension between the wildlife watching and the hunting communities, but there's really a strong historical connection. And aside from a few key differences in how we appreciate these creatures, we're really on the same team most of the time when it comes to protecting habitat. And I think it's important to remember that. We enjoy this great birding today because of this legacy of duck hunting. But when we talk about these migratory birds and talk about connections, one of the big things about them is the way they connect different geographic areas, the way they connect the entire Western Hemisphere. Something like the Blackburnian warbler, you can see large numbers of Blackburnian warblers really anywhere in the upper Midwest, anywhere in Ohio during migration, and especially these spots along Lake Erie. There are days when it's a peak movement of them, and you can go out and you'll see a lot of other warblers too, but there's like 50 Blackburnian warblers scattered along the boardwalk. And these birds they're all coming from South America. Essentially every one of them spends the winter in South America, the area that's marked in blue on this map, from the coastal Cordillera of Venezuela down through the Andes as far as Bolivia. And so they're wintering in the highlands there. The green area up at the top is their breeding range in Canada and the northeastern US, and then the orange sort of represents their overall migration routes. And you can see there are so many of them, it makes the land look orange as they're passing over. That was a joke. But this connection, they tie together these South American countries with the Central American countries and Mexico, islands in the Caribbean, the US and Canada. All these different nations are connected by these migratory birds that are passing through. And there's some that migrate even farther. Great-cheeked thrush is something that may not get a lot of attention for its colors. It's not as brightly colored as the Blackburnian warbler, although it has a better song. But great-cheeked thrush, if you look at the map here up at the top, the green area showing the breeding range, it's all across northern Canada and Alaska, and then across into Siberia. Many great-cheeked thrushes cross the Bering Strait and breed in Siberia. So if you see one of these unassuming little thrushes in the woods in Ohio during migration, it's quite possible that it's a bird that's come from Russia. It's migrating through, it's come through Alaska and Canada, it's passing through, and it's on its way down to South America, and it may wind up someplace like Peru or northwestern Brazil. Just amazing to think of how these things are connected. And one of the things that demonstrates is that, Matt Schumacher was talking about this building that's planned for downtown Cleveland with this big facade of glass. And that is not just a local problem by any means. It doesn't just affect birds in Cleveland, because the migratory birds that are passing through there, something like a great-cheeked thrush that might run into those windows and be killed there. It could be a bird that was coming from Bolivia and headed to Russia. And so it's an international resource. What we do here, what we do right here in the state of Ohio is connected to things that happen all over the Western Hemisphere. So it's really, really an important and essential kind of connection. And when we start talking about migration and trying to understand it, it really brings home the fact that everything is connected, because we can't really understand these patterns of bird migration without thinking about geography and weather. They have such an impact. Thinking about geography, for example, looking even on this map of gray-cheeked thrush, you can see that even though they nest all the way west through Alaska and then beyond, they're not migrating through the western United States or through most of Mexico. They're moving well east before they move south. And then in spring, they come north through the eastern half of the continent, and they're not really spread out. Interesting sort of a phenomenon. And we actually see this repeated with a lot of different birds. If I lived in Arizona for a number of years, and there are a few birds in Arizona. It's not bad, but in terms of migration, you just don't see the kind of migration. There are not such numbers of birds going through. There are much higher concentrations of migrating land birds in the eastern half of the United States. On this map, the green areas, it doesn't match any one species. It's sort of a generalized breeding range for birds that breed in the north and migrate to the tropics. So across the boreal forest of Alaska and Canada, and then south a ways in the Appalachians. And birds from all through here, they come, if they're migrating south in fall, they'll tend to move east and then south through the eastern half of the country. And something that contributes to that is that as a general rule, the eastern birds are migrating farther than the western ones. We can look at these two tanagers, western tanager and scarlet tanager, and neither one of which is classified in the tanager family anymore. Just, because, that's the way it goes with bird classification. They're not actually tanagers, but we still call them that. But the red area here indicates the breeding range for each of these two. And actually the western tanager gets a little bit farther north in summer, but if we look at their wintering ranges, the scarlet tanager goes much farther south. Western tanagers are mostly in Mexico and northern Central America during the winter. Scarlet tanagers all go to South America. We see a similar thing with black-headed grosbeak and rose-breasted grosbeak. The western representative, the black-headed grosbeak, they don't get south of southern Mexico. They barely get into southwestern Canada in the summer. They're in the western states in summer and down into Mexico, and then they move a bit farther south. There's even overlap between their summer and winter ranges there. But with rose-breasted grosbeak, they're widespread in eastern US and much of Canada in the summer, but in winter, they're down from southern Mexico down into South America. So much more of a long distance migrant. And again, we see the same sort of thing with Bullock's oriole and Baltimore oriole. They're close relatives, but Bullock's orioles winter Mexico and Guatemala. They don't get farther south than that. Some Baltimore orioles nest much farther north, and some of them get well down into South America for the winter. So that it's repeated over and over, this pattern of most of the eastern birds going farther. And if we think about that, there's really nothing intrinsic about those birds that would make them more long distance migrants, but looking at geography and where water and land are located, any bird in the west, like if you look at that Bullock's oriole and look at the map, if they're moving south, they can move south just a short distance into Mexico and go just far enough to get to a place where they're going to have decent climate for the winter. In the east, when the Baltimore orioles start going south, some of them will winter in the southeastern states, but then they get to the edge of the Gulf of Mexico, and they, at that point, have to make a commitment. Either they're going to stay or they're going to make a big leap across the water. They'll cross the Gulf of Mexico, they'll cross the Caribbean. And so they can't just go, 20 miles south into the Gulf and spend the spend the winter there. So they're committed by geography to have to make this longer flight. And this kind of thing happens all over North America. And if you start studying patterns of bird migration in other parts of the world, you see a similar thing. You see birds in Europe that either they'll move to Southern Europe for the winter, but if they can't stay there, they're going to have to cross the Mediterranean. And then south of the Mediterranean, they would have to cross the Sahara. And so it's, they've got this large area there that's not really suitable for wintering. So a migratory bird moving south in Europe has to, it's probably not making a conscious decision and looking at a map or looking at the GPS, but evolutionarily over time, these species have had to make a choice of either wintering in Southern Europe or crossing these huge barriers to get beyond the equator in Africa. So anytime you start looking at patterns of migration, you're going to see things about geography that help to explain what these birds are doing. So many of these birds do wind up down in South America. Many of them go to Colombia. And in recent years, there's been a great connection between National Audubon and bird conservation efforts in Colombia. The international programs of Audubon have worked with the Colombian conservation groups. They've helped to set up birding trails there and train birding guides. Really an impressive amount of cooperation. And it's worth going to Colombia. That actually happens to be the nation with more species of birds than any other country in the world. And a lot of them are very colorful, beautiful creatures, relatively easy to see, even on a short trip. And especially if you go in winter, if you go when it's during the northern winter, it's, you get away from the cold. It's wonderful, wonderful weather and habitat there. But a good percentage of the birds that you're going to see in winter are migrants from the north. So things like, Canada warbler. I mentioned Blackburnian warbler earlier. Canada warbler is another one that's common at middle elevations in the Andes in winter. So part of the reason that the birding is good there is because of conservation efforts that we make here. If we, we can even say that we're being selfish by doing something about this glass facade on this building in Cleveland. Doing something about that and protecting the migratory birds that go through there, that's going to make the birding better for us if we happen to get the chance to visit Colombia in winter. These birds, they connect us in so many ways. And the Canada warbler, when it comes, it's really, you see them messing around in the undergrowth. They don't look like they'd be strong flyers, but they all go to South America for the winter. And when they come back, they connect up with other birds that may not migrate at all. So during the summer, you'll have Canada warblers and black-capped chickadees, in the same forests. They're not necessarily in the same flock, but they can see and hear each other and say, hey, how are things down in Colombia this winter? So black-capped chickadees are really not migratory at all to speak of, although every few years there'll be a movement of them, especially apparently in years when they've had really good reproductive success. You'll see like a movement of black-capped chickadees along the north shore of the St. Lawrence River, and we'll see maybe an influx in the northern part of Ohio, even some chickadees coming across Lake Erie. But for the most part, a lot of black-capped chickadees spend their whole lives within an area just a few square miles. They're not going anywhere. But at the same time, in the same habitat, you have birds like white-winged crossbills that never stay put. White-winged crossbill is one of the most amazing nomadic birds in the world. And they're just shifting back and forth across Canada and Alaska. And in many cases, the same individual may not visit the same place twice. Or you might have adult white-winged crossbills that nest in February somewhere in Western Canada, and then in July they're nesting in Maine someplace. Just a bizarre approach to life that's very different from most birds. But the to understand it, there I have to bring in the obligatory Audubon painting. Red crossbill is another bird that's nomadic, not quite to the same extent as white-winged, but still wandering around constantly in different populations, crossing each other and mixing. And you can't, we cannot begin to understand these crossbills and other kinds of northern finches without studying something about plants. There's, some of you may have seen this, there's a winter finch forecast that's put out every year. Ron Pittaway was doing that for years. He's an expert in Ontario, and now Tyler Hoare is doing that. Another Ontario expert has taken over. And if you just look up the winter finch forecast every year, they sort of predict, okay, common redpolls are probably going to move in big numbers, but we won't see that many pine grosbeaks this year. And what they're basing that on is not so much what the birds are doing, but reports on what's happening with plants across Canada. Like, okay, the crop of seeds on birch trees in this area is really good, so the redpolls aren't going to come beyond there. Or the spruce cones are really heavily laden over in eastern Quebec, but they're about to run out, so we'll have white-winged crossbills moving out. So it's all about, understanding what's happening with the plants. And that's the thing. Anyone who's really studying something like crossbills is also becoming an expert on plants. There's a guy named Craig Bankman who's been working on red crossbills for years, and he's now an amazing botanist too, because any kind of coniferous plant in North America, he knows exactly where it is and what's happening with it. Now, one of the cool things, you may have read about this, there was a new species described to science just 4 years ago. The Cassia crossbill lives only in southern Idaho. Other red crossbills go all over the map, but this Cassia crossbill is found in one county in Idaho in 2 isolated mountain ranges, and it only lives in those 2 mountain ranges. And that the reason it's there is that there are no squirrels there. Almost every place where you have red crossbills, they overlap with red squirrels, and they're competing with them for the seeds in the pine cones. But in these 2 little mountain ranges isolated in southern Idaho, there are no red squirrels. So this crossbill has evolved there to be in a place where there are no red squirrels. And so their feeding behavior is different, their migratory habits are different. There was just a study published showing that even their nesting locations are different. In other places, red crossbills will put their nests in really inaccessible parts of the tree among really dense foliage because they have to worry about predation from the squirrels. Squirrels will climb up and eat the eggs, but for the Cassia crossbill, with no squirrels there, they can build their nests out, on low branches out in the open. And so it affects everything about their behavior. And so, just to study birds, you can't just study birds. You have to look at all the different things that they interact with. Now, with something like a red crossbill, they're mostly vegetarian. They're eating seeds most of the time. For most birds, insects are like a major item on the diet. Red-eyed vireo, for example, they'll eat a lot of fruits in fall. They eat a lot of dogwood berries before they migrate south. But for most of the year, most of their diet is insects. And so a few years ago, I started to become really interested in moths because moth caterpillars are just a huge source of food for so many insect-eating birds all over the world. Moths may not be as popular as butterflies, but there are a lot more species and individuals of moths than there are of butterflies. Like in the state of Ohio, you'd have to spend a lifetime to see more than 130 species of butterflies, but there are probably 3,000 species of moth. And so moth caterpillars are everywhere, and they are food for all these wonderful birds that we enjoy. Things like, yellow-throated vireo. If you got rid of all the moths, all the yellow-throated vireos would disappear because they wouldn't have anything to eat. And so it's really hard to be just a birder, because anything about birding involves other creatures, involves things like crayfish. I mean, vireos usually don't eat crayfish, but there are a lot of water birds that do. This year, I took this photo less than 5 miles from my house. Wood stork, as you know, is a water bird that's mostly tropical, and there are a lot of them in Florida and parts of the Southeast. But this year, there were quite a few individuals that moved north, and there was one that set up shop over by Castalia, Ohio, and it was right there by the highway for weeks. And people would just drive by and take pictures out the window. This one was in the refuge, the Ottawa National Wildlife Refuge. And so it took more effort to see it. But there was also a movement this year of roseate spoonbills. There was also a movement of white ibises. And there was a lot of interest in this and why these birds were doing this. But again, I have to put in an obligatory Audubon painting, because this is an Audubon gathering. Audubon's painting of the wood stork. One thing, if you just look at this, if you didn't know about Audubon's background, you might wonder why this bird was in such an odd position. The reason is it's a really big bird, and Audubon painted all his birds life-sized. So for big things like a wood stork or flamingo or crane, he had to put them in odd positions to get them to fit within the size of the paper that he was using. Audubon was really an interesting character in a lot of ways, and it was so improbable that everything about his life and career was really, really improbable. I mean, here's a painting of him, a portrait done by his son, John Woodhouse Audubon. But he was the illegitimate son of a French sea captain, born in Haiti and then grew up in France. And the only reason probably that he wound up coming to the United States was because of Napoleon. So Audubon's dad, this Captain Audubon, he had bought a farm in Pennsylvania a few years earlier, just as sort of a hedge against disruptions in world events. And so he had this farm in Pennsylvania, and young John James Audubon was getting to be like 18 years old, and his dad was afraid that he was going to be drafted into Napoleon's army. So to protect him from that, he made up this bogus story about how young John James had actually been born in New Orleans, and sent him over to spend a little while on this farm in Pennsylvania. And there, young John James Audubon meets his neighbor, Lucy Bakewell, and falls in love with her and decides to just go ahead and stay here in the United States. And so everything, his magnificent work on birds of America, the fact that there's something called an Audubon Society named for him, just depends on a wild series of coincidences. Bonaparte, Napoleon himself was not really interested in birds. There is a bird called Bonaparte's gull, but Bonaparte's gull was not named for Napoleon. It was named for his nephew, Charles Lucien Bonaparte, who was actually a very good naturalist, spent quite a few years living in the United States, and actually did an updated edition of Alexander Wilson's original American ornithology. So Charles Lucien Bonaparte was living in Philadelphia. That's why the scientific name of this bird, Croicocephalus philadelphia, Bonaparte's gull is a bird that's really common in the Midwest. It's common on all the Great Lakes in migration. There are times when there are probably well over 100,000 Bonaparte's gulls on Lake Erie. So that it doesn't really have any connection to Philadelphia, except for the fact that Charles Lucien Bonaparte was living there at the time this bird was discovered, described to science, and named for him. So everything is connected, as I might have mentioned earlier. I mentioned that along with the wood storks that were moving north, there were also roseate spoonbills and white ibises. There was a white ibis at the Ottawa National Wildlife Refuge in northern Ohio also this year. And some people got to see the wood stork and the white ibis at the same time. This is actually a photo I took in the Carolinas. It's not the local bird, but so these white ibises were moving northward also. And white ibis is really an interesting bird. It was the cover bird on the most recent issue of Audubon magazine. So you've probably all seen the cover of this issue. If you haven't read the story, I really encourage you to go and read this. It was written by Jessica Lieber, and she did a great job. It's really an amazing story. And one of the things that this story demonstrates is the fact that everything is connected. Jess Lieber, she was researching this story early in 2020, and then we were corresponding back and forth about the stuff she was working on, because I'm a field editor for the magazine. And it was really exciting to see all the different things she was bringing into it. She starts off talking about how white ibis in Florida have become very urbanized birds. And that was something I first started noticing, maybe 20 years ago in visits to southern Florida, that there were so many white ibises walking around on lawns and in parking lots and things. And it's something that's happened in a big way, especially in the southeastern part of the state. They've moved into urban areas. And so Jess writes about how all these birds have moved into these urban spots. Then she talks about other species of ibis in other parts of the world, like the Australian ibis, like the Hadada ibis in Africa, that have also become urban birds. There's something about the ibis family that gives them somehow this ability to adapt to living in cities. So, connects like 4 continents in talking about this. And then she talks about the fact that she was researching this just at the time when everything was being shut down by the COVID-19 pandemic. And then she goes on into talking about how as more and more wildlife moves into the cities, or as wild habitats are squeezed and animals and humans are closer and closer together, there's more opportunity for diseases to jump between animals and humans. And so all of this becomes like a health issue as well. So it's amazing. It's a really well-written article. Everything is really well tied together. So if you haven't read the article, as soon as today's gathering is over with, I really encourage you to go and read that. But speaking of ibises moving into urban areas, this barefaced ibis in South America is a good example. I had seen them in the past years ago out in wide open habitats in Venezuela, but we were in Cali, Colombia just a year and a half ago, and I was amazed to see that these ibises were all over the city. They've really adapted to coming in lawns. They were walking around. They were at the zoo, but outside the cages, and they were in the parks and the medians and the streets. This bird fair in Colombia, I was there to speak about patterns of bird migration, because we were really working on connections, trying to build more connections through the Americas. And so even though my Spanish is terrible, I'm working on doing more and more presentations with Latin American countries and trying to build up that connection. This was actually the last serious trip that I was on. Kimberly and I went to Colombia for this bird fair in February 2020. And we came back, and then I went to give a couple of programs in Indiana in early March. And then, everything shut down. And for a while, it was really hard to be connected. It was really a challenge. But, it's so important to keep doing it. And so we've reached out and found other ways to have this kind of connection because it's so important. And in a lot of ways, not only are we doing this for the sake of birds and bird conservation, but birds are helping to bring us together. And I really think that connections with people are the most important ones that we can make. Sometimes, if you're a really serious birder, you can connect with other serious birders, even if there are language barriers. A few years ago, I spoke in Sweden, and I don't speak any Swedish at all, but Leonard Nilsson and I gave this program together, and I would speak like a paragraph, and then Leonard would translate it and embroider on it, add a lot to it. And I could watch birds while he was speaking. And it was a great way to connect with these serious birders. And they're, in Europe, there's so many, serious crazed birders there that it's easy. And if you're just talking to someone who's already committed to birding, you can say something like, "Oh, I saw a little gull today," and they'll want to go see it. Or you can talk to people who are interested in migration as a scientific thing and just talk about the migration patterns of something like a golden plover, and they'll get it immediately. Or you can talk about some sort of subtle bird like an upland sandpiper. But that kind of thing doesn't necessarily work for communicating with everyone. And it's so important to reach out to the general public and to connect with them. And this is really something to think about. If you're out birding anywhere near Lake Erie in decent weather, there's a good chance that somebody will stop and say, "Did you see the bald eagles?" And I know some birders get irritated by that, and they say, bald eagles. I'm looking for Nelson sparrow or something. But when someone is actually interested enough to stop and say something about it, I just see that as a great opportunity. It's like, here's someone who's aware of bald eagles. They're aware that there are eagles here. And this is just such a great opportunity. So, even if someone comes up to ask me about eagles, when I'm trying to see some warbler skulking in the brush, I'll drop everything and say, "Yeah, isn't it great? Isn't it great that we have eagles now that, that bird was endangered, but conservation efforts have helped to bring them back. And so now we have a chance to see these magnificent birds here. And we're so lucky, and we need to keep working to make sure that we keep this population of bald eagles." Another bird, snowy owl. Every winter, if there are snowy owls around, there are fights about them, and I understand the importance of not harassing the birds, but when someone comes out and they've never looked at a bird before, and they're all excited because here's this bird from Harry Potter that's just shown up, and they're excited about it, rather than starting by shushing them and telling them to be quiet and stay away, I think it's good to encourage them and say, "Yeah, isn't this fantastic? Just look at this magnificent snowy owl here." I actually know quite a few people now who are really seriously interested in birds and who are supporters of bird conservation because they were first excited or turned on by seeing a snowy owl in winter. So these are opportunities that we really need to take advantage of. And, not only encouraging kids to get into it, but doing it for the sake of these kids, for these next generations that are coming along. And working on, increasing the diversity of the birding community too. That's anytime you get a chance to communicate with people from some different background, that's the time to say, yeah, come on, check these birds out. Here in Ohio, the population of Ohio is about roughly 14% Black or African American. So when we have a gathering like this one, we should look around and say, okay, does the participation here, does it represent the population of Ohio? And if not, I'm not saying we should beat ourselves up about it, but we should really focus on this and think, okay, this is a situation where we have an opportunity. We need to reach out more. You got someone like this guy in front here. This is Doug Gray, a good friend of ours. He's from Indianapolis. He's a retired chemical engineer. He's a pastor. He's a great birder. He's a great trip leader. He can get anyone fascinated with birds. When you get somebody like Doug, involved, that's, put him to work. Say, let's go birding. Let's get more people out there. It's, we really have wonderful potential to bring more people in. Interest in birds is actually increasing now. Interest in birds increased during the pandemic, which seems counterintuitive because people were stuck inside, but a lot of people looked out their windows and noticed birds for the first time. So there's actually been a big increase in interest in birds, and that's, we should take advantage of that. Take advantage of it to bring more people in to bird conservation. And when you think about it, you get someone to look at birds like this, the birds will sell themselves because they're just so amazing and so spectacular and so beautiful. And something like a Blackburnian warbler, it's a stunner. It's a shock to look at it and see this beautiful thing is out there, and then say, yeah, well, this bird can fly from Canada to South America. And we can really bring people in. Anytime you get someone interested in birds, not only are you doing something for conservation, you're doing a great thing for that person, because a fascination with birds and nature is one of the best things you could ever give someone. So I really appreciate your attention. I salute all the great work that Audubon is doing in Ohio and throughout the Great Lakes region. Thank you so much for everything, for all the great work you're doing. And thank you for inviting me today. And if anyone has questions that we don't get to today, feel free to email me. My contact info is right there.
Ken, thank you so much. That was wonderful. The connections, wow, yeah, pointed out so many. And I think everybody heard, the interesting one interesting point to me is we started just before your talk with a connection in Cleveland that some of us are thinking, well, I'm not in Cleveland, and yet we're all connected. That flow of birds, the birds that we're seeing, somewhere else in Ohio today, or the birds that are in Cleveland tomorrow, and vice versa. So yeah, that's amazing. Are there questions? We can sneak in a couple of questions before we break. And we will have Ken's contact information, our follow-up. By the way, our follow-up will certainly be sending an email to everyone who registered with follow-up information, like the email addresses and so on of our speakers.
Bill, I don't have a question. This is Nancy Howell, but I'm almost in tears at what Ken had mentioned about getting people connected, about seeing a bald eagle and stopping and chatting with people because they've seen the eagle, and rather than just blowing it off. I feel that way all the time. I happen to like robins in the wintertime. I wrote a blog on looking at robins in the wintertime, and people, oh, it's just a robin. Oh, you're giving the bird a complex. But it's just, there's just something about stopping and looking at everything, and the connections that is absolutely vital. Ken, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I love robins. we're together on that. I love robins and I stop and look at them every time I see one.
Well said, Nancy. Thank you. Other comments, questions that anybody'd like to add? Okay. Well, we are, if there are no questions, we're actually done a bit early with our morning sessions, a few minutes, and we will go ahead and, oh, sorry, there is a question here. Gail Reynolds down at Audubon Miami Valley was asking, is it possible to get the contact information for Doug Gray in Indianapolis from Ken?
Yes, if you email me, I can send it to you. He's a great guy. I haven't asked his permission to just put his email address out there, but if you write to me directly, I'll share it because he's really a super, birder and conservationist and, well worth connecting with.
Okay, and I'll put you, Ken, I'll put you in touch with Gail, her email address.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and let's see, I think there's another question. Has anyone told, this is from Amy, sorry, the name got cut off here, but from Amy is asking, has anyone told Lin-Manuel Miranda the story of John James Audubon? That was remarkable. Thank you so much for sharing.
Well, thank you. Yeah, there have been dozens of books written about Audubon's life, and there have been some dramatizations. I don't think there's ever been like a feature film or Broadway musical or anything like that. So there's some potential there.
There you go. Other questions, comments, concerns? Okay, well, hearing none, we'll go ahead. We're going to leave things open here. Isabella, did we come up with, we were talking about the idea of having breakout rooms if needed, or we can just leave things open and let people unmute and chat as they will.
Definitely, Bill. We could do breakout rooms if you would like. It's up to you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if we have a specific plan. I don't know if Mark is on board right now.
Yes.
Ken, would you be able to stick around for a few minutes for any other questions or?
Sure. Should I stop sharing my screen?
Sure, that's fine. We'll.
If I can figure out how. Yeah.
Actually, I think I can stop that for you. Can I do that? Oh, there you go. We're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, if you just want to stay online here, and we'll let people just jump in and ask questions if they will. I think, Isabella, can we unmute or allow people to unmute?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
And I know some people need to get to whatever they're going to do for lunch, go find the more coffee, whatever they're going to do. We will reconvene officially at 12:40. And so we will see you all then, but please feel free to stay online, converse. If we need to break out some extra rooms, we can do that depending on what people want to talk about.
And right now, you're all welcome to unmute. If you would like to ask a question or chat among yourself, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Now, Ken, you have to tell us if you see something really good out there. So.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
It's an Audubon meeting. Of course you can't resist.
Yeah, actually, over at a friend's house right now, And she had brown creepers outside the window yesterday, but I haven't seen one yet today. So
Oh, man. We put up some new feeders this week, and it's bird convention time in the front of the house. So this has been a good week.
oh, really? What kinds of things do you have showing up?
Nothing unusual, you know, a couple red-bellied woodpeckers. The downies have finally come out of the trees down to the feeders where we can actually see them. And we've had some goldfinches, the usual suspects in our area, Carolina chickadees, of course, down here. Probably a few other things I'm not thinking. Oh, and the Carolina wrens are still tuned up. I can't believe they're singing their heads off even at this time of the year. I guess they do that.
Yeah, well, things are really green in all over northern Ohio, up into southern Michigan. It's amazingly green for the time of year.
Yeah. We've not only had mild weather, excuse me, mild weather recently, but we had so much rain during the summer that it never, you know, we would have expected things to dry out quite a bit more than they have, and they never really did. So they've stayed remarkably green.
And that shouldn't affect the timing of migration of most birds, because most of the warblers and thrushes and things are obligate migrants who will they'll leave when it's time,
Right.
regardless of what the conditions are like. But we do seem to have lingerers. The banding station, the Black Swamp banding station over at Navarre, they were really still having a lot of blackpoll warblers
Oh, yeah,
up
yeah, this
until
is
a few days ago.
Yeah, definitely late. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess there's always, of course, some variation, as you well know, in terms of when individual birds will leave. And I suppose the weather could affect that a little bit. As you say, they're all going to go eventually. But I guess if I were a bird and living was easy here, I might not be in a great hurry to get out.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see, you know, unfortunately, with climate change, we're into this experiment of what's going to happen with bird migration. We've already seen with sandhill cranes, for example, they're migrating later in fall and earlier in spring and wintering farther north than they used to. I mean, that's a species that's it's not one of the obligate migrants. It's facultative migrant, and so they can change their migratory habits more easily than most species can. And we're more and more we're getting sandhill cranes staying through the winter in northwestern Ohio.
Interesting.
Would have been totally unheard of 30 years ago.
Oh, yeah, that would have been, yeah, amazing. Linda Chen has a question you might know the answer to. Erie, the piping plover. Mary and I were up there a few weeks ago, and we saw Erie. We assumed that he would have left just after we were there because it was already pretty late. Did he eventually take off? And do we know what happened to him?
No, it's you know, their two siblings left in late August. But Erie was having problems. And so Erie was actually taken to the Toledo Zoo for the vets to treat them there. We don't know what gender Erie is, and so we're referring to them as they.
Okay.
They and them pronouns. But so Erie was in the care of the vets at the Toledo Zoo for about a week, and then taken back out to the beach at Maumee Bay, and they are still there 6 weeks later. And so you know, Kimberly is, you know, Black Swamp Bird Observatory has been running the monitoring, and there's still people going out every day to check on Erie, and they're just not showing any sign of migrating yet. So there's been discussion with people at Fish and Wildlife Service. As an endangered species, you know, nobody can do anything without getting permission from the feds, but
Right.
I think there's a good chance that they're going to go catch Erie and either take them to a zoo for the winter
Mhm.
or take them to Florida. If they go to a zoo, it'd probably be the Detroit Zoo because they have the most experience with hatching out piping plovers
Oh, okay. Okay.
and taking care of them in captivity.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do that if he's still around, they are still around because, yeah, this is really late.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. And by the way, I want to thank, for those of you who don't know, Black Swamp Bird Observatory was basically the organizer of the protection squad for the piping plovers. They had, I don't know how many volunteers, a bunch of volunteers out there all summer, making sure that people respected the boundaries and didn't trample on the plovers, things like that, or damage the nest or anything like that. And it was certainly successful. We were privileged to meet one of the volunteers when we got there, totally at random. We just drove up hoping to find the bird and got out of the car. And at the very same instant, a volunteer came out of the car, her car, and we had a wonderful conversation. But it was such a great effort. I can't thank BSBO enough for doing that organization.
Well, thanks. I will pass that along. I think there were 100 people who were official volunteers. To be an official monitor, people had to go through this training program with people from Fish and Wildlife Service, and it's very the whole Great Lakes Piping Plover project has been very it's a well-established program. There's been a lot of practice over the years, and I know Isabella mentioned the population of piping plovers and how they were down to very few, and now their numbers are improving again. And so there's this whole protocol for what you do when you've got a nesting pair, and the Bird Observatory was able to just sort of jump on that and use the protocols that have been established.
That's great. And yeah, I was still on the National Audubon Board when Erie's parents came along. And yeah, so heard a lot of that. And there have been such tremendous volunteer efforts in multiple areas, but certainly, again, the Northwest Ohio one at Maumee Bay was fantastic. So great job.
Well, we're hoping there'll be more next year.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if you're going to have 100 volunteers, you might as well have multiple nests for them to keep an eye on.
That's right. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Any other questions, comments you want to raise? Okay. We're going to leave the Zoom open. So if anybody wants to jump in with comments or questions, feel free. Several of us are going to wander off, I'm sure, to find some lunch of some kind. Ken, thank you again for hanging around, and feel free to hang around some more if you wish. But everybody's welcome to kind of come and go. Again, 12:40, we will get back and we'll have a great afternoon program for you. And of course, we will be wrapping up at 2 o'clock. So thank you again. Mark.
Okay, well, thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thank you, Ken. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. Hopefully next time we can do it live. Hopefully the virus will be in the rearview mirror. But again, thank you, Ken, for your time and effort, and it was a great presentation.
Well, thank you. I'll look forward to seeing you all in person next time.
Absolutely.
Sounds like a plan.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick?
Sure, Linda, go ahead.
I couldn't unmute myself before. So I was curious if there was any update with the mysterious bird illness. I mean, any idea at all what went on with that or no?
I haven't looked into that for the last 3 or 4 days, but the most recent thing I've seen, they still don't know. They've managed to rule out a few things. But I,
Is, is that unusual that they can't find anything? I just, is really weird. I mean, that's what I think.
well, it's, yeah. I mean, medicine is a big topic. I mean, you get off into other species, it becomes more complicated. There's been a weird, some sort of malady affecting eagles in Wisconsin for decades that they're still working on trying to figure out what exactly causes that.
Hmm.
And so this kind of thing happens. I think this was unusual because it was in such a heavily populated area and lots of people were seeing these blue jays and grackles and robins and things that were ill and not being able to, the fact that there's been so much attention to it and it hasn't been figured out yet, that seems kind of unusual.
Yeah, I think so too. And so the cicada, the brood X or whichever it is, is there still a possible correlation? I mean, that, or really, I guess yeah.
Yeah, I personally think there's a lot of merit to that, and it could well
Yeah.
be. And there just some people have said that the birds with the malady were found in areas where there were no cicadas. And who knows, it may have just been birds with similar symptoms.
All right.
And, depending how far away they were from where the cicadas were, birds have wings, so there's that too.
Yeah.
So do
Right.
cicadas, yeah.
So that's the point.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's quite the mystery, and
Yeah, I assume that the labs will continue to work on it. They've got, tissue samples and things to work with.
Right.
And I hope eventually we'll have a breakthrough and know for sure.
yeah, that would be good.
Well, it was a great program, just by the way. I really enjoyed it.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Being new to this is Amy from Columbus. Are there resources available in terms of, you talk so much about traveling to Columbia and being able to have such great birding experiences there. Where would we start with that? I can't imagine that it's the most popular reason to go to Columbia. So are there sort of who would I reach out to plan something like that, or to get some kind of insight or advice?
Well, I believe there's information about that on, through the National Audubon website. I haven't looked at that area recently, but they do have some sections about travel and international travel and having promoted ecotourism in several countries. I believe they also have information there.
Oh, wonderful.
The contact info. And if you look for it there and you don't find it, you can email me, and I've got friends and contacts there, and I can, there are people who are really good on the whole ecotourism thing and who know all the birding guides who could put you in touch with information.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Amy, let me add to that. The Columbia itself, their Ministry of Tourism, prior to the pandemic at any rate, wanted to make Columbia the #1 tourist bird tourism, ecotourism destination in the world. That was their goal. And they launched a major program to do it. Considering the resources of the country, it was just unbelievably focused and a great effort. Obviously, the pandemic cratered.
Sure.
But they are recovering, and they do have Colombian government information about the birds. I'm pretty sure, I would guess that if you get to a website for the check out Colombia, their country, their government website, there is a Ministry of Tourism. You can probably find, they had some publications you could actually get, like they had a wonderful bird guide for, it wasn't a complete guide. I'm talking about a book, a field guide. It wasn't a guide to all the birds that you could see in Colombia, but it was a wonderful piece that was quite an elaborate small book on some things you could see. So that's well worth trying to find. And
Great.
that might help also.
That's wonderful. Hopefully, again, once this is somewhat past us, or we've figured out how to move forward in a safe way, that's hopefully they can pick right back up with that effort. That's great. Thank you both.
Sure.
You're welcome. Okay, well, once again, Bill, thanks very much for inviting me in the first place. Sorry we're not seeing you in person this weekend, but really appreciate the chance to be involved here.
Well, thank you again. We really appreciate it. It was a wonderful talk. And we look forward, Mary and I look forward to seeing you, but I think all of us here elsewhere in the state look forward to being able to find you, if nothing else, next spring on the birding trail.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to that. We'll see you then, if not before.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ken. Okay, and again, anyone who wants to stay on and converse, please feel free. Just unmute yourself and go ahead. I'm going to step away for a minute because I too want to find some lunch. So, but we'll all be in and out a little bit. Again, we'll reconvene at 12:40. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Bill. Just wanted to say that you all should be able to unmute now. I will pause the recording so you can have not recorded conversations, and then we will resume the recording with the next speaker. Have a good lunch, everyone.
Thank you.
Bill, I have resumed the recording.
Thank you. Mark, was there anything you wanted to add?
Not at this time.
Okay, thanks. And Isabella, can we mute participants other than our panel here?
Yes, absolutely. I will go ahead and do that.
One thing I just thought of is I would like our membership that are here today, if you have any suggestions or things that you think that COAC could provide for your chapter, please contact Bill or I. We would love to hear from you, and we would love to hear if there's things that we are providing that chapters need or want. We are always open for suggestions. And especially if you're a chapter that does not have a representative, please contact us. We are looking for a few more representatives for the chapters that do not have a representative yet. So if you don't see anybody from your chapter involved, please contact me and I will get you connected. We have bi-monthly conference calls, but we are going to be having one in November after this gathering to discuss the gathering and what we can do better next time. So please contact me and I will get to the board with what you're recommending.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, well, it is 12:45. Let's bring the panel together. And by way of introduction, since these are all Columbus folks, I feel obligated to introduce them. Jim Paulus first is the president of our chapter, Columbus Audubon. And Jim is, I'll get my notes here so I don't tell any real lies. But Jim works currently for the Nature Conservancy. He's an environmental scientist specializing in ecological restoration. Corey Gassaway is from Columbus, and she received her BS in evolution and ecology from OSU, the Ohio State University. And prior to coming Conservation District, which is an amazing partner here that we have in Columbus with Columbus Audubon. It's just a great thing. I'm not sure that's universally true across these kinds of districts, but Columbus is a really active one. She worked as a naturalist prior to that. And she worked with, some of you knew Doug and Angelica Nelson when they were in Columbus. She worked with them at the Borer Lab for bioacoustics back in the day. She also volunteers at the Ohio Wildlife Center to care for injured birds, and they also do a lot of public education. Finally, Kate McFarland is a first-term board member. She's one of our newest board members, and she grew up in Fairfield County. And I love the way she puts this. She met her spark bird, a great blue heron, in Columbus. That's a great phrasing. I have to remember that because I met my spark bird elsewhere too. She's currently a digital nomad, trying to live car-free but away from major cities. So it's an interesting thing, and maybe we'll hear more about that too. But she presently works as the Associate Director for the Center of Ethics and Human Values at The Ohio State University. And Allison, I don't have your bio in front of me. Allison is a late addition to our panel, but somebody I've known for a number of years here working with Columbus Audubon. She is our conservation chair in the chapter, and currently our vice president, our new vice president. And she is the person of all trades, I think, on the board, who does so much. She works at the Midwest Biodiversity Institute, if I got the name right. Mm-hmm. Good. And where they do some fantastic work in downtown Columbus. And Allison, anything you want to add to that?
Well, I got my degree in wildlife management, and I worked for Ohio Wildlife Center, Ohio Biological Survey, and now with NBI, but I think you covered it pretty well, Bill.
Thank you. And for any of the others who want to pipe in and let me know what I've left out of your introductions, feel free, but I'm just going to turn it over to the panel. Jim, you want to kick it off and we'll go from there.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Bill. And thanks for having us. It's really exciting to be able to talk about these things and meet with COAC today. To tell you a little bit more about myself, as Bill said, I work now at the Nature Conservancy as a restoration ecologist. And I've been on the board for, I think, about 4 years now. And originally I was drawn to the group because of opportunities to engage with people that are really knowledgeable, not just about birds, but also with the habitats with which birds interact. And for me, that the desire to kind of help out and volunteer really grew from those opportunities to engage with those folks. And it really inspired me to do more to help protect those things. So, and I think we can continue on with introductions from the rest of the panelists. I think maybe Allison, you can go next.
Yep. Well, I'm Allison, and I actually got interested in nature at a very early age. I was one of those rare few who had the opportunity to grow up on several acres, and I wandered around and just learned just a lot of self-taught nature things. We had a stream on the property. It was just a great place to start. So it affected me at a very early age. And basically that developed into a love of conservation and a love of biodiversity, which led me to the various, Ohio Wildlife Center, degree, first getting a degree in wildlife management and learning so many people through that. Went to OWC, went to Ohio Biological Survey and NBI. And it's just, I think now for me, it's the engagements, so many connections that I've developed over the years. And that of course led me to Columbus Audubon as well.
Thanks, Allison. My name is Corey Gassaway. I have been on the board for about 2 years now, so a little newer. I originally came to the board because I love birds. I'm a big birder. I got really into like the competitive aspect of birding once I got out of college. So I was really interested in working with Audubon on bird conservation. I work for the Soil and Water District, and I really enjoy that kind of community engagement portion. That's a big part of my job there. So I was very interested in doing that in some capacity with Audubon as well.
Hi, I guess I am up last. As Bill mentioned in his introduction, I must be the newest member of Columbus Audubon here, since I was just introduced to the board this past summer. So thank you all for having me. So I guess, one of the topics for our panel will be how do we draw new people, and especially younger people, not that I'm younger these days, but how do we draw new people to participation in Audubon societies and especially service on the board. So I will also give my background on how I was drawn to birds and thereby Columbus Audubon. I actually didn't get interested in nature and birds so much until probably my early 30s. I grew up around a lot of land, and we even had bluebird boxes, but for some reason as a child I was more interested in reading about animals in books instead of connecting to the world around me. So eventually I got some degrees in things that aren't all that relevant, except for the fact that Bill and I are actually alumni from the same philosophy program at Ohio State's graduate philosophy program. I don't think that for either of us it really informs our work with birds so much, but we were able to connect over that when I first contacted Columbus Audubon. What did influence me wasn't so much my work or my education, but my commute. When I moved north of campus after accepting this job at the Center for Ethics and Human Values, there's a note. Okay, I can't control it. Yeah, sorry, there is just a note in the chat for panelists, but I don't think it's something that I have control over, so I will just proceed. So what influenced me was especially this one urban ecological restoration project in Columbus, the Olentangy Wetland Research Park, which is along the Olentangy Bike Trail. So even though I had been at OSU for various degree programs for about 10 years, I wasn't really exposed to any of the restoration projects in Columbus or that the university was responsible for until it just happened to be that I would bike by this research park every day when I was commuting to campus, or often just for fun, because I became very intrigued to watch the passage of the seasons in this more natural, less manicured area. I started noticing all the birds that were around, paying attention to what kind of species they were and what birds were present in different times of the year. And it became an extremely important part of my life. So then finally, the triggering factor that led me to get involved with Columbus Audubon was when this bird emergency article came out that you heard about on an earlier panel. So this was this report in Science in 2019 called The Decline of the North American Avifauna, I think, which reported that we have lost 29% of our bird life, 3 billion birds in this continent in just the past 50 years. So when that came out, I just thought, oh my God, I need to get involved somehow in bird conservation work. Since it wasn't, and it's still not, a part of my day job, that naturally led me to look for volunteer opportunities. Now, I'm the last panelist to give my introduction, so I thought I would raise a consideration that is salient to me when thinking about my own experience and bringing it up for discussion with the rest of the panel and any audience members who want to chime in via chat. So as I mentioned, one of the main factors that led to my interest in birds and conservation, and eventually my volunteership with Columbus Audubon, was the fact that merely by happenstance, I passed by this urban rewilding area every day. But prior to that, I wasn't exposed to anything system. I like to go out to parks and be outside, be in nature, but most areas to which I were exposed were just this very manicured form of nature that didn't lend to as much interest as far as paying attention to birds and biodiversity, or even the changing of the seasons. So what are ways that Audubon groups might be able to help promote perhaps more activities like this in places where young people tend to be naturally. Like maybe in the case of a university, it could be miniature restoration projects that are more on the central campus where so many tens of thousands of young people, in the case of Ohio State, pass by every day. Or what are some other projects that might be done that just incidentally happen to raise awareness with people, young people, really people of all ages who just happen to be passing by and might never have before really noticed birds or thought about the dangers that confront birds. So I mean, I can kind of think of a few examples that you might be worth pursuing, but I'm really interested in what others' experiences are who have been involved in Audubon and conservation longer. So
Yeah, I can chime in here, Kate. Thanks for that. Conservation work is what I do professionally, and what I do not have much personal background in or skill set in is engaging with the public and doing public outreach, that sort of stuff. But since I've gotten involved with Audubon, it's become more and more apparent how important that is in order to get people to care about conservation. If because professionally I'm already around a lot of people that do. And through some of the other nonprofits I work with, just as an example, I think the Columbus Audubon are really fortunate here in Columbus, having a university that you might be familiar with right here with us, Ohio State. And they have a good number of students there. And I think that increases our opportunities for the visibility of these things, like you mentioned, the OSU wetlands. This other nonprofit I work with, we lead a lot of volunteer events, and we draw a lot of students from that organization. There are all these different student groups that look for volunteer opportunities like this, not just environmental groups, but groups of business students of different fraternity or sorority groups. And Pay It Forward is one of those. There's actually a student chapter of the Pay It Forward organization. And I had them out recently to do some restoration work at a property here right along the Olentangy River. And it was pretty grueling. None of them particularly enjoyed the work. But because of that, I wanted to end it on a high note. And so we went on a really short hike down to the actual Olentangy so that they could see it. And it's a great spot because it's not a public site, so no one can actually access it. And it's right across from High Banks Metro Park down here. So you get down to the river and you see the huge bluffs right across from you with the geological concretions stuck in the banks, and eagles nest nearby. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see any that day, but all these people who have very limited access to nature being on campus full time were just amazed by it, and it was very evident. And I think Ken was talking about all this interconnectedness and engaging with people, and I think that really struck a note for a lot of them, in terms of the work they were doing and seeing how it could directly impact the river we were working on. But to cap that off, the Olentangy River also flows directly through campus, so they were several miles upstream of that, and I think that lit a light bulb for a lot of them in terms of knowing that that water flows to campus and ultimately somewhere else as well. And so I think opportunities to find, not just looking at people who might already be interested in nature in some way, but just finding some sort of overlap between yourself and another interest group, in this case, charitable work or volunteering, and just exposing people to these things, I think can really pay dividends in the long run. So I don't know if anyone has any thoughts to move forward with that.
Well, I think it's interesting that, Kate, you bring up that the reason you got involved was because it basically jumped in front of you. And to think if that hadn't happened to you, you probably wouldn't be sitting here right now. And how many times that particular scenario plays in with people, the only reason they find out at all is because something crossed their paths. I think it's important, you know, if you're on our side of things and wanting to spread information about conservation in general, biodiversity, that including parents and caregivers and teachers is just so vitally important, because even though, Jim, you bring up a good point, just to find these student groups and get them connected. It's amazing. Sometimes we had somebody reach out to us recently who has a group of 30 students. They have absolutely nothing to do with environmental work, this group, but they are very interested in it. And I think it's important when you have those opportunities to do what you did, Jim, where you follow up with something that captures them, that captivates them and makes them really have an aha moment. It only takes just the smallest thing. So is there a way, I know it's come up so many times, let's get nature more to be a bigger part of curriculum. But if you can get teachers, the more parents you can bring into the fold is really helpful too, because they'll have a little bit more to say about that than the students might. And then it trickles down, hopefully, to the students. But another thought that I had is, you know, just there's so much about removing barriers, not just providing opportunities, but also removing barriers. And I think one thing you can do is just try to always find ways to get involved in social media, because these kids are going to see it if you can just do that. So, you know, that would be something that would be a great thing to brainstorm on as well. There's so many stats out there. That's another thing you can do, is when you have presentations, when you do have this interface, try to throw out some stats of the benefits of nature, because that is certainly abundant.
I would just bring up on that note about stats and social media and making use of electronic technology. Something that I've been seeing around a lot is the use of these QR codes on signs. I guess everyone has seen that, because sometime during the pandemic, restaurants switched to always having menus where you have to take in your phone and scan the QR code to open the website. You know, I'm actually at my office on campus right now, and I took a little walk during the break, and I found this new garden that I hadn't seen before, a regenerative garden that's was created by some student group on campus. I did scan their code and bookmark their website to look for more information about that. But you know, this was more, you know, for people food, not pollinator garden or really devoted to protecting biodiversity, but the same idea can translate. If you just, you know, this was just outside Smith Lab, which I think used to be the physics building at least. You just take a piece of land somewhere that's visible. You know, if we plant some native plants, and you could easily stick some signage there with the website, with the QR code. You know, kids these days, you know, they're always walking around with their phones out anyway. So, you know, they can scan that, pull up the information and read that while waiting for their next class. Or, you know, the analogs elsewhere around the city.
Yeah, and so I think Columbus Audubon has seen a lot of success with engaging younger people. And, you know, you see from our 4 panelists here who are all currently on our board, there are at least a few other current board members that are also quite young, and past board members have rolled off that were also very young. And some small part of that has to do with at Ohio State, there's a student group, the Ornithology Club, and they have every now and then had a student liaison that serves on our board. So that's a great way to stay connected with those young groups. But I think just making a concerted effort in recent years to reach out to younger board members and branch out to areas that we haven't really hit in the past has led to some of these positive changes that we've seen. But it's, you know, not just, so that's one way of kind of increasing the diversity of our board, but that's not, of course, the only thing we should be striving for. And our board has recently been presented with a really great opportunity with National Audubon to go through some training on this material. And I think it's going to translate into a lot of really good stuff on the ground. But one thing we've been discussing that I think is kind of resonates with a lot of what we've talked about so far is meeting people where they're at. So rather than just trying to reach out to these different groups and either publicize things to them and hope they show up to the things you're already doing, make a concerted effort to go where they are. So like on Kate's commute to work, just putting it where she can't miss it, something that she's going to see day in and day out, so that it's something that resonates with her and forces her to care about it. And I think that really translates to any community you're trying to reach. You need to find a way to connect with them and go to where they are.
Excuse me, can I interject a question that we got that you might want to address that is connected, I think, with what you all are saying? Connie Rubin asks, how would you find out the names of campus organizations and their leaders? Or more generally, you can expand that question to how would you contact groups on campus if you wanted to make that effort?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I don't think there's a one answer to it necessarily. I think every group's going to be different. At Ohio State, for example, they do keep a registry of all the official student groups with the group leader information. I don't know if it's always perfectly up to date, but that's one option there. Alternatively, there are often like student involvement fairs, things like that you could try to attend those sorts of things, or just look at faculty or staff at the university, and that might be the best way because in theory they're going to be there longer than a lot of those students will, and that's one downside to working with students is there's a lot of turnover because unfortunately a lot of them do graduate. So you have them for maybe 4 years and usually less. But if you do have a connection with a staff member or a lecturer or faculty, they can usually do a really good job of connecting you with whoever the current leadership is at the time that you can get connected with.
Yeah, I was going to tack on to that Columbus Audubon, I feel like, has a really good history of these really strong relationships with a lot of faculty ornithology type folks, whether it's helping them out with grants or finding opportunities for their students and things like that. It's definitely a connection that pays off for us in a lot of ways.
And again, since we're talking about OSU, Mark asked, does Ohio State have a student chapter of Audubon?
They do not. They have the ornithology club, and I know, like, I coordinate field trips and we'll invite them to lead some trips for us, which they're always really happy to do. And they definitely work alongside us for a lot of different projects, like the Lights Out project. They have their own kind of branch of where they look on campus for window strike birds. But no, they don't have their own Audubon.
Yeah, and I think in the past there was some discussion about that ornithology club essentially becoming an Audubon chapter. And I don't know all the details, but my understanding is that they weren't interested at the end of the day. I think it kind of has to do with just being more independent as a student group and being able to kind of do whatever it is they want to do. But again, I'm not entirely sure what the story was there, but I can kind of understand that too. I think they do a really good job. They have really active students, and like Corey was saying, they still interact with us a lot. So they function pretty much like an Audubon or chapter.
I'm not sure I'd want them to have their own Audubon chapter because I just love having the kids graduate and come onto our board with all their fresh ideas.
Yeah. So we recently formed a new committee revolving around diversity to really make a more concerted effort to look into these things and do more as an organization to involve these different communities and reach a broader audience. And I think this is really important work because, as we talked about at the beginning, we'll reach more people that way. We'll engage more people, get more people to care about these things, to care about conservation. And ultimately, at the end of the day, that can lead to policy changes at a federal level. And some of those things we were talking about breaking down barriers that Allison mentioned. We have a really, I think, cool idea that we're working on, and I would maybe let Corey discuss this further, but it's essentially birding by bus. We're in Columbus, so we have a pretty urban area, and our COTA transit line that is public transport. The idea would be putting a series of different birding locations along these bus routes so that people who don't have access to vehicles or other modes of transportation can still engage in these sorts of activities through other means. So I don't know if you want to expand on that, Corey.
Yeah, so that was actually Nicole Jackson's idea. So she's joined the board around the same time as Kate. She's a newer board member, but she did come just in time to help us celebrate Black Birders Week. This year was the first week we did that. But she has, this birding by bus idea that would help engage kind of new communities. So definitely another plug there for adding diversity to the board, just because her perspectives are so unique and these ideas she has help engage communities in ways we had never thought of or tried before.
I think another angle, so a lot of people are drawn to this sort of volunteer work, and I think you all can attest to this just because of your own desire to make a difference. I think another angle, especially for younger people, anyone, but especially with people like myself who might work in a related field, it is sort of professional development and opportunities to increase skill sets or network or anything like that. I think that's an attractive thing for some young people and might be a way to draw more in. And that could be with really anything related to what you're doing on the board or activities as an organization. And I don't know if any of you have similar feelings or share that opinion, but for myself, just being on the board and having fumbled my way into the presidency, that's there's been a lot of learning to be done and a lot of great opportunities, and I think there's been a lot of growth for myself personally as a result of it.
Yeah, I've really appreciated the chance to be able to make a difference. Especially since I work for the government, there's a lot of things I kind of have to keep my mouth shut about when it comes to environmental policies. We don't want to upset partners or politicians or anything like that. So being able to be on the board of Audubon really kind of gives me an outlet to make an impact where I otherwise might not be able to. So definitely a big draw for me. Not necessarily to get on the board, I think, when I first started, but just as something I kind of discovered was a perk of being on the board as I spent more time on it.
Yeah, although I didn't mention in my introduction, I will say that this professional development and networking was also a draw to me too, because I'm one of these people who will, I'm never too old to switch careers. I've already had multiple career changes at 37 or however old I am. So Yeah, I mean, I would love it if by eventually meeting a lot of people through the birding and birding conservation community, eventually I might be able to do more of this work. Maybe I shouldn't say this too loudly because I'm in my office and I heard there are people outside, but I would love it if eventually I could switch over into doing more paid work related to bird conservation and make this, my main line of work instead of just what I do in the evenings and weekends.
Well, I think it really is an opportunity for young people to learn the role of boards in commercial activities. Many of you will probably, well, many young people will be part of nonprofit organizations, and they need to know the difference between staff roles and board roles. And if you're in a corporation, there are certainly often boards that oversee what's being done. And this is a really good stepping stone to learn what aspects of board work you're particularly strong in. And I can tell you, having served on many boards, that young people are really needed, and particularly for your media skills. So that's a pathway into board work, whether it's nonprofit or otherwise. And it's fun. Meet great people.
We do like to bring up the fun part. Yeah, it's interesting when you get involved with boards like this, especially such functional boards where there's just such diversity within the board too, backgrounds, et cetera, that you just realize once you get started just how much more there is to do. And wouldn't that be fantastic to bring that, to bring younger people in to take over some of those roles? I think part of it is some people see this as an older interest, or it's just not as much, in sort of in front of younger people. So if we can find a way to not only get it into social media, but also make it more socially acceptable to do so, then I guess there's a lot of psychology behind it, but it would be great to find that unique combination to really get people engaged, younger people especially.
Another question that came up, a structural question, I guess, about Columbus Audubon. Does Columbus Audubon have term limits and for officers or board members? And if so, has that helped in recruiting different people just because it causes more turnover?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I'd be curious how that compares to other chapters, I guess. We do have term limits. I think it's 2 terms that someone can serve consecutively. And it definitely has that benefit of forcing turnover. I think there's a cost to it as well in terms of, loss of institutional memory and all that. But at the same time, it prevents stagnation and forces the organization to kind of keep up with the times. And it really encourages us to go through some serious efforts with board recruitment to try and find new people who are interested in the board and fill in these different positions that require different skill sets. Like, not everybody really knows what goes into being a treasurer and how to take care of the finances properly. And likewise with all the other positions. And that, I think, is another way. Allison mentioned the component of diversity just in terms of our backgrounds. Again, getting back to the idea of not just looking at people in the environmental profession or people who are already interested in birding, but hey, is there an accountant nationwide that is looking for some extra volunteer work? It's a great opportunity to look down into different corners that you never used to look.
I just want to say, yes, please involve Nationwide. Their building headquarters downtown kills so many birds. I'm doing lights out this term.
So we have a little under 5 minutes remaining in our time, I think. So this might be a good time to encourage people to submit more questions. I don't know if there are any that came in, Bill.
I think we covered the ones so far.
Okay.
But yes, please, if someone has questions, it's a wide open time, so go ahead and ask.
Or even not just, oh, go ahead.
I only unmuted to say that you were muted, so.
Okay, thank you. I caught that. No, I was just going to say, even if it's not questions, comments that could just sort of, continue the conversation. Just thoughts, anything you'd like to add.
Yes. What are your best practices for increasing board diversity?
While we wait for people to respond, I'm going to make a quick plug for reaching out to the folks at regional and national Audubon. That's another thing as a board member I didn't realize had so many resources available for especially starting new projects or coming up with new project ideas. Jim briefly mentioned we're part of a pilot program where regional and national, along with a consultant, are kind of helping us expand our DEI efforts. If you're looking to reach out to new communities, I know it can be kind of awkward, you might not really know where to start. They're a great place to start, and their website has so many resources, so don't feel like you have to reinvent the wheel or start from scratch. They're a really great support system.
That actually raises a question I have, if there are no questions from the audience yet. Being fairly new to working with Audubon myself, does Audubon have any sort of Slack channel or something similar in which leaders from the various regional chapters can communicate with others and with people at national? Because I bring this up because my other main nonprofit organization work right now is with the International Dark Sky Association, and they do have such a Slack channel where people from the global organization can communicate together and with their leaders at Central. So I'm curious if Audubon has something similar to that.
Thank you for that question, Kate. I can jump in. So from a regional perspective, we don't have any digital resources like that in terms of Facebook groups or Slack channels, but we do have a monthly chapter leader call meetings that we schedule throughout the year, where chapter leaders, and it could be also an engaged volunteer, it does not have to be just someone who sits on the board, it could be just a more engaged volunteer too. To attend those, we provide updates on policy initiatives, conservation work, various network deadlines. You heard about the grants program earlier that I mentioned, so we talk about that as well. And it's also a great chance to hear from other chapters. We often have updates at the end from chapters. So I would say the monthly meetings are probably the best way. And then, of course, we have the Audubon convention that happens every 2 years, or a regional chapter gathering that we'll be organizing.
Okay, we do have another question that came in, and I want to make sure we get at least out on the floor at least, and that is from Gail Reynolds at Audubon Miami Valley. How did Columbus Audubon recruit their young board members? And I think she's looking for fairly specific, concrete suggestions here. How do you go about recruiting young board members? What worked?
Yeah, I don't know that we have any concrete answers, unfortunately. To just go through what I know of some of our younger members. Again, like I mentioned, the ornithology club at Ohio State. There was a dedicated position on the board, and that kind of served as an assembly line for future board members. And we did have a board member for a while that had been on the board previously while she was at OSU, but even after she graduated, she continued on as an official board member. Others, like myself, for example, I just got engaged with the organization and started going on field trips and this and that, and was just invited. So I think just creating those opportunities that might attract younger people. And I'll also say, not just with that, but, a lot of younger people are really inspired to make a difference. And so if you do have opportunities like that, volunteer events that are, have kind of direct, tangible conservation impacts, I think a lot of younger people, especially college-age students that might be otherwise disengaged from nature and kind of stuck in a dorm room or otherwise very urban setting, are really itching to get out to these natural areas and do something where they don't really have the ability to make much difference where they're at. So creating those opportunities for them, I think, should lead to some positive change. And I think it's ultimately about finding a person that might be appropriate for the board and just seeing if they're interested. I don't know if anyone has anything to add to that.
Yeah, that's my recollection of it too, is it's just basically people who we all knew through one way or another. And that person just came up in discussion as an appropriate person to reach out to. So most of our recruitment has pretty much just come from people already on the board or people very closely connected to Columbus Audubon, just, providing us with suggestions for people to reach out to. I can't really think of a different scenario, to be honest.
I would also say if you have young people you've invited to the board and they might be on the fence, try and connect them with other young people in the organization. I think those could be volunteers or members. It could even be like one of us on our board, one of the younger people, just so they can get an idea of what it's like, maybe like how the workload is going to relate to what they have going on, those sorts of things, just so they know there's a place for them in the board. I know I was kind of lucky when I came on Columbus Audubon. There are already a bunch of young people, but if you had asked me to come on a board before then, I would have been like, I can be on a board. Like, I'm only in my 20s. I don't know if that's something I can do. So just connecting them with people who are involved with the organization already to show that there's a place for them there.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we're out of time, and I know it obviously sounds like there's a lot of interest, so hopefully we'll be able to continue this discussion in some other context. I'd like to thank our panelists for giving us their time this afternoon, and that was really a great discussion, very helpful, and I'm sure you will be getting queries about, okay, let's follow up some of those. Okay, thanks.
Speaking of which, we do have a slide that has a contact information for
let me
Columbus
bring that up.
Audubon.
I do have that. Bear with me a second here.
Thanks for remembering that, Kate.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
Yep, there it is. Okay, well, it would be nice if it were the one without the little thingy over in the corner, but we'll just leave it at this, so in the interest of time. Okay, so everybody can see that. Hopefully we'll give you just a minute to check those out and copy down email addresses. Again, these email addresses for our panelists we will be including those in the packet of information that we'll send out in a few days. And so while you're looking at those, let me move on to the final talk this afternoon. Allison, and I think we are also going to hear from Leanne Miller, but Allison Clark is from the Grange Insurance Audubon Center here in Columbus. She's worked there since just after its opening, which was over 10 years ago now. She's currently the public engagement manager, and she's also, and more importantly for our topic today, the project leader for the Native Plant Backyard Challenge program, and that's designed to help property owners make their yards bird and pollinator friendly. I'm not going to try to steal her thunder by telling you how popular this was right out of the gate. It was pretty amazing, let me just say that. Leanne Miller is also here, and I think she'll be joining Allison for at least part of the talk. Leanne is the executive director of the Grange Insurance Audubon Center, and we are very fortunate to have her aboard at the center and with us today. So Allison, Leanne, if you want to take it from here, I will stop sharing the screen.
Okay. Let me get mine shared. And first of all, I just want to thank everybody for having us today to talk about this, but I am working on this project, but I wouldn't consider myself the leader of it. We've had some great help since it was a collaboration between Columbus Audubon and the center. I want to thank Allison from Columbus Audubon. She's been a huge help. Also, Alyssa Rand helped us early on. And then at the center, Leanne and Sandy, she helped with setting up our Facebook group for the challenge, as well as our conservation manager that has come and gone, but hopefully we'll have a new one soon. And our conservation coordinator, Emily, who's been a huge help in the last few months. She came to us this summer. So definitely want to give all those people a shout out because they have helped throughout this entire thing. I definitely don't want to take the credit for it. So as you've probably heard, this past year, we decided to do something a little bit different. And it really came for two different reasons in particular. So Grange Insurance Audubon Center and Columbus Audubon kind of teamed up together to provide a unique challenge for the community, especially during the time of COVID, when everybody was still on Zoom and in their house and with their families. So I have a couple different quotes. This first one from Lady Bird Johnson, I kind of felt like this summed up the whole reason why we care about native plants. Audubon has been promoting native plants for many, many years. In fact, we've had Plants for Birds, and early on, probably 6 or 7 years ago at the center, we actually had Audubon Comes to You, which was a program in which our staff and our conservation manager went out to properties to try to help people really beef up their native plants and kind of assess their yards and things like that. So definitely the importance of native plants for pollinators and birds and just the ecosystems in general. And then I also liked this quote because I think in the last year or more now at this point, we definitely needed some things that could give us a little peace of mind, let us work together maybe with our families, whoever's in our household, and even in our communities. So we really thought this would be a fun way to engage people, teach people some new things, and help them do something in their own backyards. So a little bit about the numbers. We started the registration for this last November, actually November 1st. And we had done a newspaper article with This Week from the Columbus Dispatch, and they published our story with Columbus Audubon and the center in many different This Week editions that go out around Columbus. We thought that was going to happen a little bit earlier in November, but it happened a little like December 8th, I think, is when they started publishing it. So we had opened up the challenge to 100 households and shortly found that we needed to open it up to 150. And then it was so popular because of all the news articles that went out, we opened it up to 200. So we ended up having 171 participant households. As you'll see in the diagram, 33 were established members. So they paid a registration fee of $25. And then we had 138 new members. So this was a really big membership up for the center, Columbus Audubon and National Audubon as a whole. So 138 new members, that's quite a few new people. They paid $40, which included the registration fee plus a discounted membership price. Then we also offered a few other opportunities to get engaged with the challenge. We did have household sponsorships, so we had 12 of those, and that included the registration fee, also the membership, and then a plant stipend for our native plant sale that we had in May. So we did have 12 people participate in that and provide scholarships and sponsorships to other organizations or households. And you'll see there that one included the Education Center through Columbus City Schools, which is Spruce Run, who is an organization we've worked with in the past. And then we even had a community garden. That community garden is over near Franklin Park Conservatory. And then another thing we wanted to capture was that we had 26 households with children. And I will say, as the center reopened and things got really, really busy, that is probably the group that we would want to focus on a little bit more in the future, just to make sure we have more family events and material to pass out to people. Although we always invited them to things at the center and also with Columbus Audubon. So here's a little map I put together of all the different zip codes that were represented. You can see how many there were. So we had about 32 zip codes in completion all over the state. So there was interest in a few different areas of the state, which is why this might be of interest to others in the upcoming year. And then I tried to capture our most active zip codes. So you'll see there Clintonville, Worthington, and Bexley were the most active in the Columbus area. And then we also had some other zip codes from north, south, east, and west as well. So there were a few different things we incorporated with the challenge. A lot of things this year were just kind of included. So you had your registration fee, you got 2 different kinds of toolkits, you had access to our Facebook group, our Native Plant Challenge, and our monthly speaker series. So in January, we pulled together our informational toolkit pickup. And because that was still kind of a questionable time with COVID, we did have specific times people could come into the center, even though it was still closed. And then we also had a digital informational toolkit as well. So all of the field guides could also be given to people virtually, as well as our planning template and our yard survey instructions. They also received a species checklist, which Allison from Columbus Audubon worked very hard on, so I appreciate that. And you'll actually see a picture of that in one of the upcoming slides. And when they just signed up and registered, we did ask people 3 major questions besides all the demographics. One, we just kind of wanted to know about their space that they were wanting to spruce up and make more native friendly. 2, what their goals were for that space in their yard. It didn't have to be their backyard, it could be any area. And then 3rd was just questions people might have, which kind of inspired the survey, the speakers that we worked with this year, as well as additional resources that we gave people. Then in March, seems like forever ago, but in March, we had our swag bag seed packet pickup. So everybody got pretty much what you see here in this picture, the little CA-GIAC garden bag. Lowe's gave us a great donation of multiple things, including the gloves, trowel, soil test kit, and the garden bucket. Garden bucket was a bonus. We all appreciate that. We had received a book donation at the center, and we have plenty of those books to go around, so we included that. We also had the participant sign that you see there, which there's a slide later on that will show pictures in all different areas, which is really unique, and people really liked it. And then they could actually find each other in the communities that they lived in. That day also included a seed mix, and then that was specially done for the Native Plant Backyard Challenge. And then they had their choice of some other native seed packets as well, including information on each of those types of seeds. Then we hop forward to May, and in May we had our native plant sale. This year we worked with Gail from Natives in Harmony. She was great. She came out. We had tons of things for people to choose from. They also received 3 native plant plugs that we had ordered and bee hotel instructions and materials to add to their backyard. As I mentioned, we also had a speaker series. This has pretty much gone on throughout the year. We still have one coming up in November, and then we'll be done for this year. But we even have Corey that was present for the soils. She did a great presentation all about soils for us. And these are just some of the other types of speaker engagements that we had this year. Again, if there were other questions people had or specific information they were wanting, we tried to post things on our Facebook page just for our participants, as well as through emails. So I mentioned the data sheet earlier that Allison put together. This is 1 page. I think it was actually 4 pages in total. We tried to include all the types of things you might see in your backyard more commonly. And then we did leave space for people to be able to add new things. So
Our hope with this was to pretty much create a baseline of what they were seeing in their yards now. And then hopefully these participants next year, if they go back to check their checklist, they'll be able to find that they actually have more diversity in those spaces now, or maybe new things that have moved into the area. We asked people to complete this either weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, just to be able to kind of gauge what they were seeing in their backyards. And you can see here as well that because we had our Facebook page, it was really nice for people to ask questions and get answers, as well as share information throughout the challenge. So I've included some different variety of people's pictures of insects, mammals, birds, even our little amphibians and reptiles there. So I mentioned all the different signs. I really kind of like this slide because it shows all the different types of properties and people who are working. So you'll see the gentleman in the middle, he's working hard to till his area, but it was really fun to kind of drive around Columbus and see these signs in different places. At the conclusion of the challenge, we have an artist, Carol Huntsberger, who is our artist in residence at the center right now. If you get a chance to come in and check her out, and Jim McCormick's art exhibit that's happening right now. She's actually making a special sign for us that people can purchase to display in their yards, similar to the Monarch Way Station or the backyard habitat signs that you've probably seen. I thought it would be fun to include some before and afters. We did ask everyone on our Facebook page to send us some before and afters. We've also started a survey for next year. And also a survey to get feedback for this year. I know the committee who's together right now has decided we would love if everybody would provide a before picture next year because it really does show the impact just even working throughout a season. So here we have a before, we have an in process, and we have the after. So this is a person who was trying to do something with the excess rain and water that was coming off the shed and wanted to make that a little bit more native. Then this is actually a pretty interesting one. A lot of people actually commented on this. You'll see in the after that I also included some information from Facebook where people were asking whose property that was. And I know in one of our committee meetings, Allison had mentioned a couple times that she had seen this space kind of evolve over the challenge as well. So here we have, I'm not sure if you could see that quote at the top from Jen, but it was talking about, she had all these seeds she was getting ready to plant. And so now this is her after, and someone who had commented that they had noticed it, and then she kind of chimed in. So that if you've driven past that space, was a pretty amazing transformation throughout the challenge. And then finally, we have Pam's before and after. So we'll pop through these, but it's quite dramatic, a lot of different changes and a lot of work done as well. So again, this was just a fun way, especially using Facebook as a private group for people to be able to get help, ask questions. Sometimes people were interested in plant ID. Is this an invasive plant that should be removed? Pests, all sorts of things like that. But it did also allow for people to be able to share their progress throughout the challenge. So I've included my information on here as well as Leanne's. Hopefully y'all can see that. And then Leanne, I believe, is here. Again, she's our center director. And she's going to share a little bit about what we're thinking for the future.
Thanks, Allison. Again, we just had a lot of fun doing this, and we couldn't have done it without Allison and Alyssa from Columbus Audubon. Together, I think we made a really good team to bring something new and innovative for both extending our outreach to the public. And for next year, we're looking to grow our committee a little bit outside of us and bring in partners that can really help us extend that reach and help us with resources so that we can keep it affordable to our community members. So we're really looking forward to that, and we'll be getting together to invite those folks on. And we invite you, if it's something you're interested in, let us know. We will be hiring a conservation person at the center, and this will be a main focus of their job. And what they could do and help you do is, I envision people from other areas, registering, and then maybe we could have areas where staff would go to that area to kick off your day, like we did at our center, and help kick off your event. And we could be as helpful as you need us to be. But again, because of all this technology and how we are doing speakers, we'd like to do more in person. But having Zoom really will allow people then to come into the speakers at, wherever they are. And we had a couple of speakers where we combined it with the Columbus Audubon monthly discussion. And it's, again, it just is really expanding the network in which we're reaching folks. So we're really looking forward to that. Another area we hope to grow is to do a big plant swap as people are gaining stuff, and really build out the plant sale so that people can find affordable, unique plants to add to their backyard. The more diversity that you have, it obviously brings in more diversity from the wildlife. So I'm just really grateful. I'm grateful to the dedication that the staff took, because we didn't know what we were getting into. It kind of, I think, snowballed. And I can speak for both Allisons. Allison from Columbus Audubon, she's got a day job. Allison has a day job, and we were able to pull it off. And they did the really heavy lifting, and I am grateful. The center and Columbus Audubon got a lot of good press, and we're hoping to get more. We're lucky because we have a dedicated communications person who can help the staff get this out and work to really integrate it out into the community. And so Sandy will work really hard to continue to do that. So any questions that we can answer, thoughts? I know there are other places that are doing similar things. We don't want to duplicate, we just want to help extend that network. And that's where other partners, I think, will really come key into place, so that maybe we can all work together to just keep furthering this initiative. Questions, thoughts?
And I did want to mention when you were talking about the speakers, Leanne, I forgot to mention that we do have a dedicated YouTube channel. It's private to our participants. So they have access to all of the speakers. We were able to record those. So if people weren't able to make it, they always had an opportunity to see afterwards.
Go out, to the audience, thoughts, things maybe we could have, things that we might be missing. Anything from the audience, the viewers, maybe something we could do different. How do we get, our hope is to really get a group to kind of go to the next level and constantly be bringing in a new group to really work on that community science piece. And we haven't really thought about what that could or should look like. So we're always open up to thoughts and opinion on that.
This is Liz Wodel. I think that looks like so much fun. It had to be wonderful for both the Audubon group and the participants. And what I really liked about it, it looks like it has the potential to have some multi-generational participation.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we have to think about is, what do we do with people who don't have backyards, right? I think that's going to be the next challenge for the committee, right? Is we have so many, with us being in downtown Columbus, apartments, and people want to do things, and how do we help there and encourage rooftop or balcony kind of things. So we have a lot of room to grow.
Do you guys have goals next year yet of how many people you think you're going to try for, or I guess how many you think you can handle?
Well, I don't want to speak for Allison and Allison, but we have to regroup. And as we look at our partners, again, having another person from staff. I mean, again, we are so lucky to have such a good partnership with our local Audubon chapter, and we have staff to be able to support this. And it is a priority for the staff. So, you know, I'd like to see us at least, I don't want to say double, but I think they would probably shoot me. But I think our goal is, once we sit down, is to more figure out how do we move people along. Because what I hope is that the 171 just don't drop off. How can we continually move them? How can they stay involved? Maybe they get a different, you know, they don't, for a lesser fee, they can just get the plants. So I think we're going to have, what I'd love to see is the people come back and then a whole nother group come aboard. So I think that's the details that we're going to have to work out. So I don't know if that answers your question, Corey, but I think we're hoping to see, you know, a double, or at least up to 225 would be nice.
And in our survey, our initial survey that we've sent out, we have gotten quite a few responses from that. And I believe it was like a quarter of the people who had participated would participate in a first year level type of program again. And then I believe we had about 20 to 30 people who were interested in going on to a second level. And we also asked if they had anyone they would want to recruit, or someone in their community, a neighbor, as well, just to kind of get a feel for other people that we could kind of talk to and see if they'd want to participate in the challenge next year as well. All right. I don't have the chat, so it doesn't seem like there were any other questions in there, but Leanne and I just want to thank all of you for letting us come to talk about this challenge. It has been a lot of fun. It's also been a lot of work, but I think it's made a pretty big impact. Again, just the before and after pictures of people's faces speak for themselves.
Yes, and again, thank you. And thank you to Columbus Audubon chapter, Allison, for sticking with us and riding it along with us.
Thank you, Allison and Leanne. Really appreciate the presentation. I do know that you had shared with COAC board about your activities and your event, and now we see it in fruition. We see the beautiful flowers, the prairie that the one individual put in 1/4 acre. That's phenomenal. And so thank you very much for the presentation and your contact information. Everybody, if you have any questions or you would like to do a similar challenge, I'm sure that they're growing pains in their growth this last year, especially with the pandemic, that it was a challenge, but it was very successful. So you can always contact the two of them and they'll link you to whoever you need to talk to. Okay, well, we're near the end of our live event that had to turn into a Zoom session. We did this out of the caution of keeping everybody healthy and safe so that someday soon we can get together. So I do want to thank all the participants. Thank you for being a part of today and listening to all our great speakers. And is there anybody that has any specific questions for our COAC board? We have Jim Jablonski, we have Linda, we have Liz, we have Heather here. So do you have any questions specific for our board? Isabella, if you could unmute everybody or let anybody unmute themselves and talk.
I think everybody should be able to unmute themselves.
Excellent. Is there something in the future for our spring gathering or our next year gatherings? Is there anything that the participants, guests would like to see? Is there a special speaker or a special theme or idea or a special topic you'd like to hear more about? Gail?
Hi, yes, this is Gail Reynolds from Audubon, Miami Valley. We're in Southwest Ohio and Oxford, Ohio, where Miami University is. As a retired teacher of students with disabilities, I'm very interested in ways to open up birding to include people with disabilities. Investigating that, but that's a topic I would love to see addressed. Any of the chapters have had experience with that, I'd love to talk with them.
This is Linda Chen. There's a new initiative, the Birdability.
Yes.
There's a lot of chapters. I know we're starting to try to specifically do walks. We have 3 coming up next weekend. And for Mark,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Who is speaking? I'm sorry.
Linda Chen.
Linda Chen.
Canton Audubon.
Yeah, CHEN. Yeah, Canton
Thank
Audubon,
you.
I'm sorry. And we're gearing them specifically, I mean, for everyone. And we've chosen locations that have paved, flat asphalt and easy access, handicap parking. And the Akani Rubin's on right now. And she always writes up wonderful, little articles or announcements for our newspaper. So that's what we're working on right now in our equity, diversity, inclusion. We're just starting it. And this week is Birdability Week. So if you go to birdability.org, they're not a National Audubon, or they're a separate organization from National Audubon. And so, yes, that's a perfect thing for Miami to get involved in, especially as an EDI program. You can be involved in the equity, diversity, and inclusion program of National by doing the Birdability or trying to participate in that.
The Birdability group has wonderful webinars, one that I just listened to recently. And they have lots of things on their website that will give you insights into how to reach different potential birders. We don't call them walks anymore. We call them field trips because that's more welcoming. And little ideas like that.
Thank you very much.
The checklist.
Oh, and the other thing I was going to tell you about, one of the things that they have that's a good project for Audubon groups is a checklist for different birding areas. And you use the checklist to assess the aspects of the walk or park that are welcoming to folks with all sorts of challenges, whether they be hearing, seeing, mobility challenges, and so that you can choose field locations that would be accessible. We're having, our local chapter in Canton is having 3 walks this coming weekend, and all 3 sites have been assessed using this checkoff, this template, if you will. And I use the information in the press releases. So we were looking at not only, is it flat, but are there restrooms? Are there porta-johns? Are there places for people to sit down if they can't stand up for a long time? Hope to publish so others can find.
They're going to publish these.
Oh, yes, they are going to put all these online so that people who are looking for sites that they can use easily. they can identify them in their local community.
Great.
so
And you said this, excuse me, and you said this checklist is on the Birdability website?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And they have lots of other great ideas that we can
Great.
all incorporate.
Yes.
We'll make sure that we get that also on our fall gathering web presence.
That would be a great idea.
We'll talk with Connie and Linda and make sure that gets on our website.
Thank you.
Anyone else for the good of the organization? Okay, well, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today. Thank you to the speakers that are still with us. Really appreciate your time and effort and your presentations. Again, this is recorded, so if you would like to go back and look at something, we'll have that on our website in a few days. Give us about 3-4 days to make sure that we can get it from Zoom and put it on. It is a time limit. It will only be on there for a certain period of time. Zoom.
Oh, I wouldn't be too sure about that.
Oh, good. Well, Bill's going to do his magic with the IT, and maybe we could have it for a longer time than expected. Bill, anything? Isabel, anything?
Nothing here, but just thanks to everyone for being here. We really appreciate it, and we hope you enjoyed it.
Very much. Great speakers. Thank you.
Excellent. I will be in touch with the recording. I'll send it to Mark and Bill, and they can share it out with you all.
Have a great day, everyone. Again, thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day, and enjoy the rest.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you guys, especially.